From the CSI Softball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II softball coverage live on the ECC Network. Today's conference matchup features the Saints of D'Youville University taking on the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, this is Joe Foreman alongside my broadcast partner, Nick Bavona. And Nick, the Dolphins coming off of back-to-back wins, a sweep of conference rival Molloy College yesterday, but we will talk more about that after the playing of the national anthem.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back from the CSI Softball Complex. Joe Foreman alongside Nick Bavona. And Nick, very quickly ahead of the break, I mentioned yesterday's CSI Dolphins sweep of the Molloy College Lions. What did you see from the Dolphins yesterday that they'll be looking to carry into today's doubleheader with the Saints?
Well, this is a tough D'Youville College team. They are very, very good pitching-wise. So the Dolphins are going to want to do what they did yesterday. They're going to need to force the pitch count up, get some good swings, and force some bad pitches from the opposing side. And that's what they did in Game 1. They got 14 hits, 11 runs. They were able to get an unconventional walk-off mercy win in the first game, and then they got some great pitching in Game 2 from Nisa Acosta. She went the full distance to help them get a 2-0 win. So if the Dolphins are going to win this game, they need some good hitting like they did in Game 1, and they'll need some great pitching from Kelsey Strayer here in game number 1, just like game number 2 for yesterday from Acosta.
In Game 1 yesterday, the Dolphins scored a season-high 11 runs on 14 base hits. Those 14 hits, good for their second-best output of the season. In Game 2, Anissa Acosta went the distance for her first complete game. She earned the shutout, allowed a season low for Dolphins pitching, 4 hits. That ties one other 4-hit performance for this Dolphins staff. That shutout win was the first of the season for the Dolphins. And in the circle for CSI today in Game 1, once again, it will be Kelsey Strayer. And the first batter she will face is Gianna Adamo. First pitch of the game is over for a called strike one as the wind picks up and equipment is already beginning to blow away. Nick lost his hat. It may be a long afternoon here from the College of Staten Island in terms of braving the elements.
We'll make sure to get through them as best as we can.
And the 0-1 pitch is downstairs for ball 1.
Damo on the year hitting .333, a home run, 13 RBIs. Been a very good contact hitter for this Saints offense.
And she's ahead in the count here, 2 balls and 1 strike. Behind Adamo in the Saints lineup will be Maddie Pepke, Hannah Bardeen, Lauren Booth, Michaela Millville, Carly Millville, Ava Miller, Jamie Bauer, and Emily Shibish, as that pitch is fouled back, evening up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes on the Saints' leadoff batter.
And we saw yesterday Kelsey Strayer had started off the game a good start, had a bad third inning, allowed 3 runs, but the Dolphins' offense started to pick up then, and Miramontes had a good job out of the bullpen to help the Dolphins get the win.
And that ball's hit well out to straightaway left field, and waiting there to make the basket catch is Jessica Carrion for the first out.
And we saw Carrion yesterday. She had some great defensive plays in the outfield. CSI altogether, not a bad defensive showing from them. Game 2 was a little bit struggleish as they had 3 or 4 errors, so that's another thing that's going to be the key to the game for them today. They're going to want to fix those mistakes if they're going to get this win.
We said it yesterday, Jessica Carrion, one of the best defensive players on this Dolphins team. As Maddie Pepke takes up high for ball one. Dolphins infield comes in at second, short, and third in defensive Pepke.
And Pepke, another dangerous hitter, hitting 500 on the year with a home run, 9 RBIs. So a dangerous 1-2 combination to start off for the Saints.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Strayer, and that's chopped foul. The numbers for Kelsey Strayer on the season. Today's appearance is number 15. It's her 10th start. She's pitched to an 0-3 record with a 2.33 whip and a 7.59 ERA. In 43 and a third innings, she's allowed 92 hits and 63 runs, 47 of those earned. She's walked 9 and struck out 21. 222 opposing batters hitting at .414 against her. One ball and 2 strikes the count on the Saints' second baseman. And the pitch from Strayer is taken up high for ball 2. These two teams did meet earlier this season. Saints took the win in both games. They come in 15-9 overall, 4-6 against the ECC. As Strayer's 2-2 pitch is chopped back to the circle. And Pepke is unable to beat it out. And she is retired for out number 2.
Strayer with a heads-up play to get a strong throw on to first base. Big second out for the Dolphins. But as you said, Joe, this DeUville College, they are struggling a little bit. They've lost their last 4 games, not the last 2 doubleheaders. They've lost both of them. So they're going to need to try to get back on the stride and get back on the winning streak if they want to get a big win here at CSI today.
2 away in the top half of the first. And Hannah Bardeen will be the batter. First pitch to Bardeen is hit right back to the circle once again, and Strayer records the putout for the final out in the opening half inning. No score heading to the home half of the first from the CSI Softball Complex. More of Dolphins and Saints coming up after this break.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back on CSI Sportsnet from the College of Staten Island, where the Dolphins are taking on DeUville University, Nick. DeUville is now DeUville University. We have a tally to my left. Nick has said college once already. Right now, I have yet to say DeUville College accidentally, so hopefully that tally does not grow throughout the game.
Joe,
but, Nick, what do you have to say for yourself?
Joe, I'll try my best, but, we played Malloy College yesterday, so maybe that's why I got mixed up. But, yeah, bad start for me. Already 1-0 on the day. Let's see if hopefully I cannot make that mistake again.
We'll see. I'm sure they won't blame us. The change is a recent one, and we've called many games when the Saints were DeUville College earlier this year. Lineup for the Dolphins that the Saints will face today. Leading off will be Jacqueline Cateridge, batting second. Anissa Acosta in the 3 spot. Samantha McPherson in the cleanup spot. Elizabeth Moore batting 5th is Isabel Gallo. Batting 6th is Mariah Carcano. Batting 7th is Layla Aponte. Batting 8th is Victoria Whalen. And batting 9th is Jessica Carrion. And the first pitch the Dolphins see in this game is taken by Jacqueline Cateridge for ball 1.
CSI's key to success yesterday, the first 3 batters all had a 2-0 count, and they were able to get 3 straight hits off of that. Can they do that again?
And Cateridge made a bid, but she lines it straight into the glove of Ava Miller for the first out in the bottom half of the first inning.
Now batting the first baseman, number 16,
Cateridge had a great day yesterday for the Dolphins. I believe she reached base 3 times in each game. She may have even reached 4 times in Game 1, but she had a tremendous day atop the Dolphins lineup in both games.
And talk about tremendous days. Here's Anissa Acosta, who we talked about earlier, had the shutout in Game number 2, also was a big factor in Game number 1, and she wants to be a big factor here today to give the Dolphins some key wins.
Dolphins did a lot right yesterday, and Acosta was right in the middle of it as she lines one softly over to short, and the catch is made for the second out. Get you the numbers on the Saints starting pitcher, Lauren Booth. Booth comes in having appeared in 12 games. She started a team leading 10 times entering today's action. She's second on the team in wins with 5 against 3 defeats. She also has a save. She's pitched 5 complete games, and in 57 2/3 innings, she's allowed 61 hits, 23 runs, 15 of those earned. She's walked 20 and struck out 45. She's pitched to a 1.82 ERA for a Saints pitching staff that comes in with a 2.33 ERA.
That's some staggering numbers, Joe. When you have 2 top pitchers like that, it's going to be tough for this Dolphins offense. They're going to need to try to force some mistakes on this pitching staff in order to get a win.
And that 1.82 ERA is only good for second on this team, behind Sarah Parjic, who comes in with a 1.60 ERA.
And if you're DeUville, you have to love the fact that you have 2 pitchers like that are pitching at great numbers.
Booth fell behind Samantha McPherson 3-1, but she gets the grounder to third, and the Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the bottom half of the first. Still no score through 1 from the CSI Softball Complex.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends, live sports and watch parties, to Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. No score through the first inning between the Dolphins and Saints. And we were informed during the break that not too far away in New Jersey, it is hailing right now. So there certainly could be inclement weather on the way. And Nick, you know, I'm somewhat of a meteorologist myself, and our viewers know that if they've listened to the last couple of broadcasts, but I can tell you that's bad news.
Well, listen, Foreman Osborne, let's hopefully that's not the case today. Let's get some nice baseball in. We want some softball action. We don't want any rain delays. We want to have a nice broadcast here today at CSI.
We definitely don't want a hail delay, that's for sure. Leading off the second inning for the Saints is the pitcher Lauren Booth. And Booth takes high for ball 1. Very quick first inning. The 2 pitchers combining for just 20 pitches. Strayer threw 11 and Booth threw just 9. Here comes the 1-0. That's fouled back.
Hey, Joe, you talked about Lauren Booth's pitching. How about her hitting stats? 359 batting average, 9 RBIs. She has been a dominant player for this DeUville squad. She is hitting the ball well. She's pitching the ball well. A great teammate to have if you're DeUville.
Sounds a lot like one of our Dolphins newcomers. Of course, Anissa Acosta, Dolphins starting pitcher in this game. Also CSI's leading hitter coming in. Booth is behind in the count here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Comes the 1-2 pitch from Strayer, and that sails to the backstop for ball 2.
Now, Joe, I don't remember if you remember the pitch count from yesterday from Strayer, but how long do you think she goes today?
Considering the Dolphins are playing a doubleheader for the 3rd consecutive day, that certainly could impact how long she's able to go. But we spoke about it yesterday. She didn't throw too many pitches. They pulled her at the start of the third pass through the lineup. Now, we thought that was planned. It seemed so. But we could be speculating too much as the 3-2 is ripped foul. But yesterday, Strayer appeared as if she was about to be removed from the game, talked her way into facing one more batter, and then quickly surrendered a hit and was taken out in favor of Alexis Miramontes. Miramontes then shut out the Lions the rest of the way.
And you got to wonder, will she be used at some point in this game? She had very short work yesterday.
Also, Anissa Acosta didn't throw too many pitches, and that ball's hit well out to deep left field, but Carrion has room and makes the catch for the first out.
And good job by Carrion to track that ball down, catch the fly out. Nice first out for the Dolphins.
One away in the top half of the second, and Michaela Millville will be the batter. Millville comes in, hitting at .280, leads the team in walks with 14 and is third in on-base percentage at .471. He's also tied for third in RBIs with 13 and in runs scored with 15.
Certainly a tough out to get.
She's ahead in the count here, 1-0, and she swings through that pitch for strike one. We spoke a lot about the Dolphin bats yesterday during the broadcast, and I think Andrew and I touched on it a bit more during Game 2, but the Dolphins got phenomenal pitching yesterday as well, and Strayer was a part of that.
Strayer had, like I said, that one bad inning in the third inning where 3 runs came to score, but other than that one inning, she pitched a phenomenal game, kept the Dolphins in it, did not make any more damage, and, you know, the Dolphins are hoping for that again today if they're going to get a key win. So let's see how she does today, and can give CSI potentially another big doubleheader win.
And it's hard to pinpoint a turning point in the team's season when you're only calling the home games, as you and I have. We'll elaborate after this 2-2 pitch, and that's off the outside corner for ball 3. Strayer thought she had strike 3, but
definitely some groans from the home side of the CSI as they were not happy with that call.
I can tell you the Dolphins dugout wanted that call. Here comes the payoff pitch, and that swung on and missed for strike 3.
Well, there's that strikeout pitch. Strayer gets a nice fastball thrown, huge second out for CSI. And how about Strayer's start? She's gotten out some key hitters for Dieuville, and now a chance to get another quick inning.
Strayer has just 21 strikeouts and 43 1/3 coming in. Not typically a strikeout pitcher as Carly Millville pops one up into left field. Once again, Carrion is there, and she drops the ball.
Well, Joe, we might have jinxed someone else again. The same thing happened yesterday. And Carrion, who we mentioned earlier, had a great defensive day yesterday. Just could not make the play there, and a costly error for CSI. Now a runner in scoring position.
That's about as surprising an error as we'll see here on a broadcast covering this Dolphins team, as we've done nothing but sing Carrion's praises out in left field. She did everything right, got under the ball, tried to make the catch with 2 hands, and the ball just popped out of her glove.
Yeah, it's a tough break for CSI, but for Kelsey Strayer, you want to just look past that play right there and just get this big out to get out of the jam to keep it a scoreless game.
She's ahead of Ava Miller here, 0-1. And that's taken down and in. But back to my point from before, it's hard to identify a turning point in a team's season when you're only covering the home games, and thus far, the Dolphins have played far more games on the road. That will have changed by the end of this week. We cover them several times. But I think yesterday certainly could be that for this team, a turning point in their season, as that's grounded foul.
And you saw some key things in that win, in those 2 wins yesterday. A lot of good hitting, a lot of good pitching, great defense. You know, other than a couple errors, they played an all-around great game, and even some good base running. They took a lot of advantage on Malloy, so can they do that again today?
Here comes the 1-2, and that misses up and away. But you also have to remember, a lot of newcomers to this Dolphins team. They're under the leadership of a new head coach in Tracy Garofalo. their third head coach in their last 3 seasons. 3 seasons of competition, that is. As that misses down and in to Miller for ball 3. So I think there are many reasons for optimism moving forward for this Dolphins team, not only beyond this year, but during this season as well. Still plenty of softball left to be played.
And if they can get another key doubleheader win today, I mean, that's only bigger and better for this team.
And that's fouled away into the stands, so.
Souvenir ball.
Strayer in this inning has now thrown 20 pitches.
Well, souvenir ball for a second. So they was
yeah, not for long. Not for long. We don't get to keep those here. Here comes another 3-2 pitch, and that's it well out to center field. Carcano is there, and she makes the catch on the run for the 3rd out of the inning. So Saints get a runner into scoring position on a Dolphins error, but that runner is stranded there. No score heading to the bottom half of the 2nd inning.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is...
And we're back from the CSI softball complexes. We're beginning to scramble here. It appears that some bad weather is on the way, so Nick and I were summoned to help try and set up our tent over the broadcast. We began to talk about the weather before, but I was rudely interrupted by a snarky comment from my broadcast partner, Foreman Osborne. I like it.
Hey, listen, when you bring up that meme a lot of times, it's going to get overdue, so it was bound to happen, Joe.
It was. I like it, though. Foreman Osborne. 0-1 the count on Isabel Gallo after Elizabeth Moore opened the inning with a ground out.
Listen, we can call you the green-eyed goblin over here.
I do have those green eyes. Bit surprising considering both my parents have brown eyes. 2 balls and 1 strike the count on the Dolphins catcher, but as I was saying, inclement weather could be on the way. If the weather gets bad enough, Nick and I will have to break down the broadcast. But if we can get the tent up, it should put us in a much better position to continue through a bit of rain.
And hopefully that's the case, as in Game 2, you're going to have Andrew Rotundo on the call, our PA announcer.
Right now, the plan is for me to join Andrew on the call for Game 2. However, depending on when that game starts, that could change, as Isabel Gallo draws the 1-out walk, and the Dolphins have their first base runner of the game.
Now batting, the center fielder, number 3, Mariah Carcano.
However, I have somewhere to be today at 5 p.m. It will take about an hour to get there. So I would say that Game 2 needs to get underway by about 2:30 for me to safely finish the call alongside Andrew, though we did start 20 minutes early, so right now it appears as if that's a possibility. We'll see. And once again, the rain begins to fall now.
Also a talk between the umpire and the Duville dugout.
Now, I'm not exactly sure what the call was. Did they say the batter made contact with a batted ball? I don't know what the call was.
I'm not sure what that
But they
was.
had to give the Deauville bench an option of foul ball or strike. That was a requirement. We heard that much. Why that option needed to be given, we're not exactly sure. As we tried to listen in and figure it out, to no avail. 0-2 the count on Carcano, and that's hit nearly through the middle. Nice glove flip from Maddie Pepke at second. And she gets the out at second base. Gallo is forced out for the second out. And Carcano stands over at first on the fielder's choice.
Now batting.
Yeah, you said it, Joe. Nice defensive play for Deauville. The Saints flashing the leather out there as they get the big second out.
I wasn't sure if that ball got through or not. I lost it because Pepke flipped it to a shortstop so quickly. That's a great play on the middle infield. No chance to turn two against the speed of Carcano, and Leila Aponte will be the batter.
Those are the type of plays that Deauville needs if they're already avoid those losing streak.
And Aponte hits one on the ground to short, and she is thrown out for the final out of the inning. The Dolphins strand one on base. Their lone base runner came on a walk and headed to the third. We have no score.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet as once again Nick and I were summoned to help set up a tent. It is apparent that there is some bad weather on the way, so we're trying to get that done ahead of any rainfall or potential hailfall. That possibility was brought to our attention last inning.
A very unconventional start to this broadcast.
Very much so. To lead off the third, Jamie Bauer delivered a hard-hit ground ball up the middle for a single. And now Emily Shibish is the batter. And I think we just had the same situation again, Nick, where the Dolphins bench was given the option, foul ball or strike.
Well, Joe, we've seen some unconventional umpiring also while we call these softball games, so
I'd call it thorough. Umpiring to the letter of the law, even though the decision was inconsequential as McPherson couldn't handle it on the left side of the infield, and Shibish is on. Immediately the second Dolphins error goes up, and I think that's the right call.
yeah, McPherson definitely had a play on there, and, you know, it's not what the Dolphins need early on in this game, as we'll go to a quick replay. It's just not McPherson definitely had put the glove on the ball, but she dropped it, bobbled it, and could not get the throw onto first base, and not the start of the inning for the Dolphins. There's a bunt down the third base line.
And there's a good play by McPherson, but Moore could not hold on to the ball. A little bit of a low throw, but one that Moore needs to handle. And the Dolphins have just committed their third error.
Yeah, it just seems nothing can go right for the Dolphins in this inning.
That will prompt a conference in the circle for the Dolphins infield as they will discuss how they're going to play this. A couple of tough breaks for Kelsey Strayer. Certainly should have had an out on that last play. Likely would have had an out on the previous play if McPherson had handled the ball.
And now if you're CSI, infield's going to come in. They're going to need to make a play at the plate in order to keep some runs off the board. As Maddie Pepke is up to the bat.
Maddie Pepke comes to the plate with the bases loaded, nobody out. The Dolphins infield playing about halfway in. And the pitch from Strayer is off the outside corner for ball one. Pepke is 0 for 1, grounded out her first time up, and now she's ahead in the count, 2-0.
And this is not looking good for Kelsey Strayer. She needs to get a big first out here in order to avoid a run coming in. But with a 2-0 count, Pepke's getting a good advantage.
Dangerous spot for the Dolphins right-hander, Kelsey Strayer. Nowhere to put Pepke. And that slap to the left side. McPherson flips to third, and Moore gets over to cover just in time.
Interesting decision for McPherson. I think she definitely could have made the play at home.
I thought so too.
We'll show on the replay. She definitely had enough time to make the throw into the plate, but she went to third base.
Now what you can do, Nick, you can actually pause that replay as it's going. So you would flash it in and then hit the pause button. You can take a look at where the runner was. If I'm not mistaken, you can. So if you stop it when McPherson has the ball, there it is. That's a great look at it. So they certainly had to play at the plate if they wanted, and they nearly lost the play at third. Moore did the right thing. She got over to cover, but hustling from second was the runner, and Moore got there just in time.
Well, it's been a rough inning for McPherson, to say the least, and now an interesting decision there. She does get the first out, but it cost the Dolphins a run.
So Shibish was forced out at third. Adamo advanced to second. Pepke stands on first. There's one away in the inning. Saints have a one-run lead. And Hannah Bardeen is behind 0-2. And she fouls back another. Right now, the 3 errors the Dolphins have committed looming large. They got away with the first one. Did not get away with 2 in this inning. But I'm sure they'd be more than happy to escape this inning down just 1 run.
You're right, Joe. If they can make it still 1-0 game out of this inning somehow, despite the errors, be huge for Kelsey Strayer. It's a good moral boost for the CSI squad.
Here comes Strayer's 1-2 pitch. And that's out of the zone once again for ball 2. Adamo over at second, drawing a lot of attention from Isabel Gallo.
You see Strayer trying to, work around the strike zone. Bardeen, a very good hitter.
And that's hit hard, but well foul. The runner on second, Adamo, has 5 stolen bases on the season. The runner at first, Pepke, has 12. So a lot of speed on the base paths for the Saints right now.
And when you add with Bardeen's bat, I mean, that's a dangerous combination for CSI. They need to get a big out right here.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. And Bardeen chased up high. Dolphins get the pop-up, and Nick?
Joe, there's the infield fly.
There it is, the infield fly, correctly called today.
There we go. There we like to see that.
I think it's fair to say that's our favorite call now.
Now let's just hope we don't have a bad infield fly call at some point. We like to see those as well.
I don't think that's a call we will ever see again.
I don't think so either. Hopefully that's not the case.
Hopefully not, but
hopefully not the case.
For those who missed it, and we'll talk more about it after this pitch, and Lauren Booth fouls that back. But for those who missed it, we had an infield fly call earlier this season on a ball that landed about 30 feet deep in the outfield. And that was in the game, I believe, between the Dolphins and Stack, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're correct, yes.
And that call was huge. It really hurt the Spartans at that point in the game. They overcame it as Booth hits one out to straightaway center. Carcano is there, and she'll make the catch for the third out. So a nice job by Kelsey Strayer to work around 2 errors. The Saints had the bases loaded with nobody out. They scored just 1 run and headed to the bottom half of the third. The Dolphins trail 1-0.
You Know I'm Right is the podcast that uncovers the origin stories of some of the biggest names in sports, media, entertainment, and pop culture. On the show, hosts Nick and Joe walk guests through the retelling of their humble beginnings, covering an array of topics from specific interests and hobbies to personal opinions regarding each facet of their industry. You Know I'm Right offers insight on how to adapt and advance, and offers alternative advice as opposed to a one-size-fits-all strategy. Above all else, the number one goal of You Know I'm Right is to offer listeners an exclusive behind-the-scenes vantage point not found anywhere else through its increasing list of professional connections. With a following that continues to grow daily, You Know I'm Right is transforming into a must-listen podcast in the right place at the right time. Find the show on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio Podcasts, Amazon Music, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You do not want to miss an episode of You Know I'm Right.
And we're back for the home half of the third inning, and that should be the final time Nick and I have to step away in between innings as our tent is fully set up. And in the next half inning, we should be able to walk it forward and place it over our broadcasting equipment.
Quick and smoothly, Joe. Quick and smoothly. We got that tent up.
I don't know any other way, as Victoria Whalen walks on 5 pitches to open up the bottom half of the third.
We saw Whalen yesterday. She had some good at-bats. Forced a lot of pitches from Hawaii's pitcher Courtney Green in Game 1. So, does it here in the bottom of the third. CSI gets a leadoff base runner.
That will bring Jessica Carrion to the plate. And the Saints are way in at the corners, expecting bunt. Carrion does lay one down, and it rolls foul.
How about the heads-up play right there by number 8, Michaela Bush. Waited for that ball to go foul. Was not going to pick it up and give the Dolphins a chance to get a runner on first and second.
Oh, and 1 the count on the Dolphins left fielder. And the pitch from Booth is bunted in fair territory. Coming in is Bush, and her throw is in time to retire Carrion for the first out. That moves Whalen into scoring position.
Well, a very good bunt by Carrion. She got the runner over to second, but another good heads-up play by Michaela Bush. Short throw to first. But as you said, Joe, Jacqueline Carterich now comes up to the bat with a runner in scoring position, trying to tie this game.
Cateridge is on quite the run right now. She may have reached base safely 7 times yesterday, as I mentioned, and that ball rolls foul, but made a bid to get on her first time at the plate today as well. Lined one over to first base. It was quickly retired in the first inning. Comes the 0-1. That's popped up foul. Cateridge quickly in a 2-strike hole.
Wonder if that hit our tent, Joe.
I think we put that together so well that a foul ball can't take it out.
I'd like to hear that at least.
No one softball is bringing that tent down as the 0-2 pitch misses outside. And it looks like Booth thought she had that one. Did not get the call.
That was a good pitch from where we are.
Comes the 1-2. And that's lined toward the middle, and it's stopped by Adamo. Throw to first.
Oh!
And that is just in time.
That's a tough call.
They did call her out, correct? Yeah, Cateridge wasn't sure. Well, Nick, you might be able to pause it and slow it down for us. That is as close as it gets. Tie goes to the runner. Don't forget that. What do you think, Nick?
From my angle, I cannot see where the foot is. I'll try to get another look at it after this pitch.
All right, sounds good. As Anissa Acosta takes up high for ball 1.
So from where I'm looking, I'll try to do the same thing. It looks like she gets the ball there. I don't think Cateridge's foot hits the base. So I think that is the right call.
Well, I certainly don't envy an infield umpire in that situation where you're positioned between second and third. Now, Nick would know what that slot is called. I'm not going to try and figure that out for myself, but when you're positioned on the left side of the infield and you have to make a call over at first base, that is a very unenviable position.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not a popular decision, but nonetheless, a big call. Yeah, big second out for D'Youville.
Well, if there's one batter that the Dolphins want at the plate when they're in search of a big 2-out hit, it's Anissa Acosta, and she hits one hard on the ground. Nicely done by Bush once again at third base. She made that play look easy, and Acosta is retired for the 3rd out. The Dolphins get a walk in the inning, but Whalen is stranded at third, and heading to the 4th, the Dolphins still trail 1-0.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
And we're back for the 4th inning. And as you can see on your screens in the bottom right-hand corner, behind the scoreboard, which is now appearing to cover our tent, but you can see our tent has been erected and our equipment is now safe from the elements. So Nick and I won't have to step away again in between innings. And
Joe, for the first time today, I can see our laptop screen. So now the tent is working to its advantage as a hit by a pitch there on Millville, so a base runner early on for the Saints.
Well, I certainly appreciate the extra shade, as it does make my iPad much easier to see as well. It'll help us on the replays.
That certainly will.
No complaints from me, as Carly Millville will be the batter. You said it, Nick. Michaela Millville was hit by that last pitch. She's now over at first. Long look in from Strayer, and her first pitch is in for a called strike 1 on the inside corner.
Carly certainly will look to bring home her sister. I would assume is a sister.
I think there's a good chance. I think there's a really good chance. And Carly looks to bunt as they throw behind Michaela over at first, and she's back in safely.
Gal keeping a good eye on Millville at first.
Something to keep an eye on. Due up behind Carly Millville, 7, 8, and 9. So if they pull Strayer after 2 passes through the order again, we could be looking at a new pitcher. And that was awfully close over at first. A throw into the runner might have had Millville.
And Michaela has 3 stolen bases on the year, has not been caught once. So she could be a dangerous runner for the Saints offense.
As a team, the Saints have 43 stolen bases in 50 attempts.
Definitely some speed on this team.
I'm somewhat of a mathematician as well, and
oh, here we go with the Foreman Osborne again.
That is 86%, Nick. 86%, 43 of 50.
Here we go again. The Green-Eyed Goblin striking again, folks.
Count is full on Carly Millville. Big pitch here for Strayer. Really wants to avoid the walk. And that catches the inside corner for a called strike 3.
Man, what a big first out to get Millville out on that pitch. And now a chance for the CSI to get an inning-ending double play ball.
That is a big strikeout for Kelsey Strayer, her second of the game. And Ava Miller will be the batter. And Miller takes outside for ball 1. She's 0 for 1 at the plate, flew out her first time up. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That's pulled foul. And Jessica Carrion is getting some direction from fellow players and some coaches.
I don't think she found it.
That ball is lodged somewhere behind the tarp.
Maybe in the tarp. Did it go through? Did it go through?
We had one back there earlier. According to Louis Matrone, it went into the tube. That the tarp is wrapped around out in left field. Can't see that on your screen. You can see it on the batter's cam, which we brought back today because there was no inclement weather in the forecast. We had rain in the forecast yesterday, so we did not have our batter's camera. We had rain in the forecast last Thursday. Once again, no batter's camera. We anticipated good weather throughout the day today, but were informed, I believe in the second inning, that rain could be on the way. So the batter's camera is now exposed to the elements.
It is not a brighter day at CSI when we have interesting weather, to say the least.
And the 2-2 pitch it out to deep left field. Carrion back to the wall, and she makes the catch on the warning track.
Again, Carrion with a great job of tracking that one down. She lost one earlier, but was able to make the play there. And after the hit by a pitch on the first batter, 2 nice outs for the Dolphins.
Miller made a home run bid right there, and that's the second time that Carrion has been forced deep into that left field corner to make a catch up along the wall.
And it is windy, so you got to wonder, did the wind keep that in?
It certainly could have played a role. Maybe we can do a feature later in the game where I analyze the wind patterns as that's lined into right field for a base hit. Attempting to go first to third is Millville, and she slides in safely. It's a 2-out single for Jamie Bauer, and Dieuville now has runners on the corners, 2 away, and the batter will be Emily Shibish.
Now batting, the center fielder, number 3,
well,
Emily Shibish.
If you're Kelsey Strayer, you got a chance to get a play at second or at first. So if you can get out of this jam and keep it 1-0, it would be huge for CSI.
I know it's a question I'm pondering right now. If Strayer doesn't get this out, is this her last batter?
That would be a good question to ask.
Her first pitch to Shibish is in for a strike.
They have a rundown.
Well, they're trying to induce a rundown, and nothing comes of it. So we've seen that before, and I know better. I wait.
As the wind just moved our tent show.
Well, you may have seen it in the corner of your screens. Our tent was just lifted off the ground and driven backwards about 5 feet. Thankfully, we tied it down to the fence.
If it did not, then, oh, man.
Well, if we did not, we would have had a major problem. And now the Saints draw a throw to second. Throw coming to the plate, and it's too high, not in time.
Oh, man. Second straight time they get a rundown, and this time it works for the Saints. They get the run in, and they have a 2-0 lead now.
So what I was saying before, Nick, is that I've learned over time that you need to wait before trying to call those rundowns because you never know which direction the ball is going to go. But you were right on top of it. The Saints tried to get into a rundown to draw a throw, and they do ultimately draw a throw to second base on the next pitch. The run comes in to score. The Saints lead 2-0, and when we come back from the bottom half of the fourth, the Dolphins will be playing from behind 2 runs.
Car is damaged, where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-4890.
2-0 Saints, our score, entering the bottom half of the fourth inning. We have re-anchored our tent, and hopefully it decides not to go anywhere the rest of the way.
Batting down the hatches, Joe. Let's see if the tent stays. We hope so, because we do have a doubleheader today, so we're going to need the tent to stay in its current condition.
Hopefully it's just a precaution, and it's not necessary, as we're hoping the weather holds out. The sky is getting darker, it's getting colder, and the wind is picking up. I'm not optimistic. Samantha McPherson is the batter, and she hits one out to left center field. Millville is there, and she makes the catch for the first out. Elizabeth Moore will be the batter. Moore is 0 for 1. Grounded out her first time up.
Elizabeth Moore.
And the pitch to Moore is ripped foul. I think she put a dent in that tree behind the left field fence.
I think you're right, Joe.
That was a shot.
That's why she is the cleanup hitter.
Good point. And the 0-1 is in for a belt-high strike.
How about the off-speed pitch right there by Booth? Fooled Moore.
Certainly looked that way. Moore now in a 2-strike hole. And the pitch from Booth is up and away for ball 1.
And we saw that yesterday in game 1. Courtney Green had a lot of fastball. CSI took advantage of that, but once she threw the off-speed, CSI was struggling to get contact with it. So let's see if DeUville can do that today with Lauren Booth.
There's a half swing by Moore. Did she go? No, she did not. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dolphins still looking for their first hit of the game. And that skips in for ball 3.
Yeah, good at bat by Elizabeth Moore right here. It's worth the count full. CSI still looking for that first hit.
If you're a fan of CSI, you're hoping that our role as the Jinx remains alive and well as Moore draws the walk. But fans of CSI have seen this before. We had a very similar game between the Dolphins and the Spartans, where the Dolphins were in search of their first hit. We then ended up entangled in a great deal of controversy regarding a hit or error call in that game.
That you could say controversy is maybe putting it short, Joe. That was a very, very, very big call in that game. Was it a hit? Was it an error? It ultimately ended up being an error at the end of the day.
That was quite the entanglement for us.
You could say that.
Ultimately, the play in question was ruled an error, and the Dolphins were held hitless through 5 innings against the Spartans on that afternoon. Isabel Gallo takes the first pitch of her second at-bat out of the zone for ball 1. Gallo walked her first time up.
I think Lauren Booth, again, was not happy with that call. It's been an interesting strike zone today.
That catches the outside corner for a called strike 1. And I said it yesterday, it's very hard for us to read the outside corner from this angle. We're on a 45-degree angle behind the backstop to the right of home plate. And inside-outside is typically very tough to read, but high-low, we have a front row seat.
Yep. This Gallo now has a 2-1 count here, so with the runner on, she's got a chance to get some damage.
Comes to 2-1. That's fouled back. I don't know about you, Nick, but to me, it feels like it's getting colder by the minute.
It is getting colder by the minute. I've worked a lot of outdoor events, Joe, and this might be one of the coldest days I've worked.
And you still haven't seen anything yet, as Gallo takes just off the outside corner for ball 3. So now Booth is in danger of issuing her second straight walk.
And this is what CSI needed to do. Need to force the pitch count up for Booth.
And Gallo hits one well out to left field, but moving to her left to make the basket catch is Carly Millville for the second out.
That was a lovely play, Joe. Nice basket catch in left field for the second out.
Now, I think the wind may have helped out on that one. The wind is blowing in and towards left field, or at least it was, ahead of that last pitch. And that ball definitely tailed left toward Millville. That helped her out just a bit. A nice play nonetheless as Carcano hits one softly on the ground, and she beats the throw to first. She's on with an infield single, and the Dolphins have their first hit of the game.
What a way to get the first hit of the game for CSI. Nice shot by Carcano to run that one out. CSI has a hit and now a runner in scoring position. And Layla Aponte now comes to the bat, trying to get some runs on the board.
Dolphins have the tying runs on base. 2 outs in the 4th. And Aponte takes up high for ball 1. Layla is 0 for 1. She grounded out her first time up. Dolphins second baseman looking for a big hit here. And that's grounded to the left side. Tough hop. Bush can't handle it. And Aponte is safe at first.
Joe, did we do it again? We were talking about the praises of Michaela Bush earlier with defense. Maybe we just don't talk about defense anymore in these games. As there's a big error for the Saints, and now the bases are juiced. And Victoria Whalen is coming to the bat as we have a mound visit, or pitcher, or a team huddle, as they like to say.
Well, I think a lot of players might appreciate it if we don't sing their praises anymore, because it seems every time we have kind words for a player's performance,
something happens.
Something goes south.
Joe, I told you last night, I'm a mush when it comes to things. It just might be me.
Could be. Maybe it's a good thing you stayed out of our group parlay last night in Buffalo Wild Wings.
Rough night last night. Not for you, but for me.
The Game 2 broadcast team left B-Dubs big winners.
That is true.
Andrew and I picking up the W.
Not only was I having audio issues on the microphone, I was having technical issues and, parlay issues yesterday.
I warned you against 6 legs.
You did. I did 5.
5, right. 5. And Whalen has that pitch hit off the knob of the bat on 0-1. That's officially a foul ball, and Whalen is now in a 2-strike hole.
I think she had one of those yesterday, too, where it hit off the barrel of the bat.
She did. I don't think it was off the knob, but it was certainly off the barrel somewhere. And the 0-2 pitch is off the outside corner for ball 1. Whalen drew a walk her first time up, and we spoke about it yesterday. Whalen put together a couple of good at-bats. Certainly capable of battling back here. And that's outside for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The base is loaded with Dolphins. CSI trails by 2 runs. And the pitch from Booth is in for a called strike 3. And Lauren Booth picks up a huge bases-loaded strikeout. The Dolphins strand 3, and they still trail 2-0 heading to the 5th.
Being Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we are back for the fifth inning with the Dolphins trailing by 2 runs. And Nick, the Dolphins had their best opportunity to get on the board in the previous half inning, but Lauren Booth did a good job in the circle to hold CSI scoreless.
And you see why Lauren Booth has those numbers under 2 ERA. This is a ground ball to McPherson. Throw on to first. Not in time. Man, they have been going at McPherson today all day. As another, that's going to be ruled an infield single, and another tough play for McPherson.
Just playing devil's advocate here, Nick. Going back to that play earlier where McPherson was charged with an error, it looked a lot like that one, and the speed at the top of the Saints lineup can make base hits out of those slapped ground balls. You look at Maddie Pepke, she came in hitting at 500, and base hits like that, I'm sure, are a big reason why.
And that's why you have to be on your toes when you're this CSI defense. That's why they're in here against Maddie Pepke with a runner on.
And Pepke lays down a bunt. McPherson fields cleanly and throws out Pepke for the first out. Now, do we give that a sacrifice?
I think you have to.
I think you do with nobody out. Yesterday we had a very similar situation, but the bunt was laid down with 1 out. In that situation, I think sacrifice is the right scoring.
As I said, McPherson needed to be on her toes to make that play. She was ready for the bunt. And that's a big first out for CSI as they try to keep that runner from scoring.
Hannah Bardeen is the batter, and she takes up and away for ball 1. So we talked about it before, Nick. We thought Kelsey Strayer could come out of this game, third pass through the order, but she starts this 5th inning, and this is the 3rd turn through the Saints lineup.
And maybe that is the reason, Joe, why we saw her come out early yesterday so that she could pitch today and go through 3 turns of the order.
I don't have the numbers for Strayer through each individual outing on the season. My laptop is tucked away in my bag right now with the inclement weather coming in. But I would presume, and I could be wrong, as that's grounded foul, but looking at Strayer's 2 outings today and yesterday, I think we may have seen her best 2 starts of the season back-to-back.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. I mean, she's pitched very, very well, and she's kept CSI in a lot of these games. Right now, it's only 2-0, so this game is still very winnable for the Dolphins, but they need to get the bats going. They only have 1 hit through 4. Now we're in the 5th inning, so they need to get something going as this first game of the doubleheader is coming to a close.
And what a turnaround for the Dolphins compared to the last time they saw this Deauville team where the Dolphins struggled to record outs at all. And Strayer has done a great job. Very easily could be down just a run in this game.
That's where those 3 errors come to bite CSI.
And the 2-2 pitch sails outside for ball 3. So Strayer in danger of losing Bardeen right here. First base is open. 1 out in the road 5th. And the payoff pitch is hit in the air to deep left field. Will it stay in play for Carrion? It will. The runner tags, and Carrion gets a strong throw back into the infield. Nicely done by the Dolphins left fielder.
Man, she avoided that tarp, too. Carrion with a nice play in left field, and she got a strong throw into the field to keep the runner at second. Huge play, and a big second out for CSI.
A chance now for Lauren Booth to help her own cause. Runner in scoring position is Adamo. Booth steps into the box. She's 0 for 2. She'll be looking for a big 2-out base hit here to potentially chase home the third D'Youville University run. They almost had me there, Nick. I almost said college as that sails up and away for ball 1.
See, I've been on my best behavior. Only said it once so far. Now we're trying to see if you could slip up.
I might, but there's a much slimmer chance in game 2 when I'm on color.
That's true.
Here comes the 1-0 from Strayer, and that's hit hard on the ground, just foul. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike on the Saints pitcher. This next pitch for Kelsey Strayer will be number 80 in the game. Again, my pitch count is unofficial, but should be very close to the right number as that misses the inside corner for ball 2.
Emily Shabish on deck, so CSI try and get a big out here with 2 outs.
And the 2-1 is lashed right into the glove of Moore at shortstop. She leaves her feet to make the catch for the third out. The Dolphins strand 1 runner in scoring position, and CSI will come to bat trailing 2-0 in the bottom half of the 5th.
NCAA Division II Community Engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island, where the Dolphins still trail by a pair. Our score 2-0, heading to the bottom half of the 5th inning. It will be 9-1 and 2 due up for CSI. Carrion, Cateridge, and Acosta to face Lauren Booth here in the home 5th inning.
And Carrion had that big defensive play in the outfield in the top of the inning, keeping the runner at second base, not only with the catch, but with a strong throw in the field. So she'll try to get on base to lead off here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And Carrion takes high for ball 1. She laid down a sacrifice bunt her first time up. And we had a brief discussion during the break about that bunt in the last inning. We all agreed it is a sacrifice. That's blooped on the left side, and neither infielder on that side for D'Youville able to get there to make the catch.
We saw an instance of that yesterday where we had a bloop single on the first base line where it just stayed fair. So see, almost same situation down the third base line.
And Carrion just got a piece of that. It's fouled back. Chance of don't foul it, hit the ball from the Dolphins dugout.
Very catchy.
Now, we talked about some interesting chants coming from that dugout last night. We'll have to keep our ears open today as Carrion sends one right into the glove of Bush over at third for the first out. But we spoke about it last night after we left CSI, and there were some very colorful chants coming from that CSI dugout.
Colorful is an interesting word to use there, Joe, but you're right. Nonetheless, it was definitely some interesting chants coming from the dugouts yesterday.
Now, if we hear it again, we'll share it, but I want to be sure we heard it right before we start sharing some of those on the broadcast. And we were laughing as that's lofted on the infield by Cateridge, and the throw is just in time to retire Jacqueline for the second out.
And now let's see if Anissa Acosta can keep the inning going for CSI. 2 outs, still trying to get a run on the board.
Number 16, Anissa Acosta.
Acosta is 0 for 2, lined out and grounded out in 2 at-bats. Dolphins have had trouble making solid contact as Acosta pops one up on the infield. And Pepke makes the call and the catch for the third out of the inning. So the Dolphins quickly go down 1-2-3 in the fifth. We head to the sixth with the Saints leading 2-0.
Stop to make sure someone is okay. Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor. It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Leading off for the Saints, the right fielder, number 9.
And we are back for the top half of the sixth inning. Michaela Millville will lead things off for DeUville University. Their lead is 2 runs over the College of Staten Island. And the pitch from Kelsey Strayer is fouled back.
A great pitching performance from both of these pitchers. Just 4 hits combined, but also 4 errors combined. And 3 of them from CSI. And that's a big reason why they are trailing 2-0.
0-1 the count on the Saints right fielder, and that's fouled back off the mask of Gallo. And Millville is quickly in a 2-strike hole. For Kelsey Strayer, she's in search of her first complete game of the season. 6 more outs to get for Strayer if she's going to have that opportunity. She hopes her team can get her some run support. Only 1 hit for the Dolphins in this game, and it was an infield single.
That's a testament of Lauren Booth pitching a great game today.
That being said, I think the Saints might have 2 infield hits as well. And that 0-2 pitch is taken outside. I'll have to check my scorecard. That's downstairs for ball 2. Saints have 3 hits. They're all singles. And taking a look, I think one of them was of the infield variety. So 1 infield hit for DeUville as Acosta couldn't handle the grounder. She dives for the bag and recovers to record the out.
Man, Nisa Acosta's an all-around player, Joe. Pitched great yesterday, also been hitting great on the season, and now making a nice diving play at first base. She bobbled the ball, but was able to get back and get a huge first out. What a play by Nisa Acosta.
What an effort by Acosta over at first base. It looked like she had lost that play, but that extra bit she gave on the dive was enough, as that's hit deep to center field. Carcano back to the warning track, and she makes the catch for the second out.
A sigh of relief for Kelsey Strayer. That one was a shot to center field. Big second out.
And we've seen no fewer than 2 or 3 home run bids by DeUville in this game. They've come awfully close on more than one occasion.
As a testament to the win, Joe. It's definitely a big factor in this game.
Now, is it a factor in terms of carrying the ball or maybe knocking the ball down? What do you think?
I think it's, for this game, it's definitely carrying the ball down. I think DeUville has definitely had some chances to knock the ball out over the left field wall and over that center field wall. But the win has been such a big factor, not only in the field, but behind the fences with our tent.
Speaking of home run bids, Ava Miller hit one to the left field wall her last time up. Carrion backed up onto the warning track, made the catch. And here she grounds one over to McPherson at third. and McPherson makes the throw in time for the third out. So Kelsey Strayer with another strong inning. The Saints go down 1-2-3, and the Dolphins will look to get on the board for the first time when we come back for the bottom half of the sixth.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Samantha McPherson steps into the box to lead things off for CSI in the bottom half of the sixth inning. The Dolphins down to their last 6 outs in this game. McPherson behind in the count here, 0-1. And the pitch from Lauren Booth sails outside.
McPherson, game 1 yesterday, was a monster at the plate. 3 RBIs, reached base 4 times. CSI needs her to reach base here in the 6th if they want to get anything going.
That's chopped foul. The Dolphins need just one base runner to bring the tying run to the plate, but we've said it already, Nick. Base runners have been really hard to come by for this Dolphins team against a Saints team that comes in with a sub-3 team ERA.
It's really hard to hit teams when you're pitching this dominant, and Lauren Booth has shown that today with just 1 hit allowed.
And McPherson rips one into left center, and unable to make the diving catch was Millville. McPherson heads for second, and she is in standing with a leadoff double.
Joe, I did it again. I was talking about how Lauren Booth has not given up a hit in a while, only 1 hit. Samantha McPherson, I said it, needed to get a spark for this team. She does it right there, a big double. And here is the opportunity for CSI that they've been looking for all day.
Dolphins bring the tying run to the plate. And Elizabeth Moore takes a called strike 1. Moore's 0 for 1. She's grounded out and walked, but not to be lost on that McPherson double. That is as well as the Dolphins have hit a ball all day as Moore sends one through the right side, and that's a base hit. McPherson is held at third, and the Dolphins now have the tying runs on base with Isabel Gallo coming to the plate.
Man, what an opportunity. This is the best opportunity CSI has had since that bases loaded opportunity they had earlier on. Moore hits it down the first base, down the right field line. Almost gets Samantha McPherson home, but now a chance for Isabel Gallo to bring her home and cut the deficit to 1.
Well, I said that McPherson double was as well as the Dolphins have hit a ball all day. Moore followed it up with another well-hit ball as that handcuffs Pepke at second, and she recovers to get the out at first, but that was a costly bobble as it moves the tying run into scoring position. McPherson comes home to score the first CSI run, and now Mariah Carcano comes to the plate with a chance to tie this game on a base hit.
Well, that was certainly going to be a double play ball for Pepke, but as you said, Joe, she bobbled the ball, and that cost Duville an out. Now a runner at second, 1 out.
That looked like a tailor-made double play as they check on the runner between second and third. And that allows Carcano to reach base safely.
And give credit to Elizabeth Moore. She forced the pitcher Booth to look back at the bag, and she forgot about the runner at first. So an infield single. Well, do you rule that an infield single? It has to be, right?
Fielder's choice.
A fielder's choice.
Fielder's choice on that one, but
heads up play by Moore.
Moore very wisely did not stray too far from the second base bag as Aponte lines one straight to Pepke, but she couldn't get the ball out of the glove. And fortunately so for the Dolphins as Carcano slides back in safely.
And we're going to have a pinch hitter here, Joe. Victoria Whalen is coming out.
And Claudia Porcaro is coming in.
And, man, Porcaro, what a big opportunity for her to come into this game to get the tying run in for CSI. But, as you said, Joe, Pepke with another chance at a double play ball, but she bobbled the ball and was only able to get one out.
Claudia Porcaro steps to the plate for what will perhaps be her biggest at-bat of this season. Porcaro comes to the plate with runners on first and second, 2 outs, her team trailing by a run, and Claudia takes upstairs for ball 1.
This would be major for Booth if she can get out of the inning. Now, Joe, we have 4 hits up for CSI. Is that the correct number?
According to my stats, no, it is not.
I think they gave a hit on that fielder's choice.
That is incorrect. That is a fielder's choice. The Dolphins have 3 hits. The line for CSI, 1 run on 3 hits, 3 errors. The Saints with 2 runs on 3 hits, 1 error. This game now approaching the 1 hour and 20-minute mark as Porcaro takes a big swing at that pitch, and she came up empty for strike 2.
Porcaro with a hero swing on that one, trying to be the big hero for CSI here in the bottom of the 6th inning to tie this game. And now a big 1-2 pitch.
And the 1-2 is on the outside corner for strike 3 called. And Lauren Booth once again picks up a huge strikeout with runners on base to deny the Dolphins any more here in this 6th inning. But CSI does get one back. They have cut the D'Uva lead in half. Our score is 2-1 heading to the 7th inning.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service. So is research, so is becoming a better person, and we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach, and he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him, and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we are back for the 7th inning from the CSI softball complex, and Kelsey Strayer returns to the circle for the College of Staten Island. She looks to go the distance in this game. However, if this game ends in 7, she would be the losing pitcher unless the Dolphins walk this game off.
Well, CSI in that last inning, as there's a ball, they had their best chance. They got a run in, but definitely could have done a lot more damage. But unfortunately, we're only able to bring home 1 run as they trail here in the 7th inning, 2-1.
Huge strikeout of pinch hitter Claudia Porcaro by Lauren Booth. And that denied the Dolphins any more in the 6th inning. CSI was able to scratch out a run very easily, could have been held scoreless in the inning. Count even on Jamie Bauer at 1 ball and 1 strike. And Bauer fouls went into the Dolphins bullpen. Victoria Whalen re-enters the game for CSI to play right field, so Porcaro entering as a pinch hitter did not get into the field.
I have to assume we'll probably see her at game number 2 of this doubleheader.
That's a good possibility as the 1-2 pitch is on its way from Strayer, and that's swung on and missed by Bauer for strike 3.
Strayer is pitching a great game today. Big first out, and if they want to have a chance in this game, they need to keep this a 1-run score going into the bottom of the 7th inning. So a good start for Strayer. Can she get a 1-2-3 inning to keep it 2-1?
If there's one flaw that my stat keeping application has, it's that it's very poor at tracking earned runs and unearned runs. I have 2 earned runs allowed by Strayer. I'm not sure if that's correct. We'll have to check that after the game, but you said it, Nick. She's pitched extremely well. Has only allowed 3 hits. Emily Shibish is the batter, and she's quickly ahead 2-0.
Remember, Joe, we had that play at third base with Miss Samantha McPherson where she made the throw at third instead of going to home. And that's a key play right now because that is the difference in this game.
You're right, Nick. I forgot about that play. That was huge. And at the time, we froze the replay, and that's caught on a line by McPherson, so no need for that throw to first. And there are 2 away, but we spoke about it at the time. That play was huge, and when we froze the replay, we could see that McPherson had ample time to make a throw home.
Now, if you're CSI, hopefully it does not bite you at the end, but right now it is hurting them very, very much.
We're headed in that direction right now, where that play proves to be huge, as that one is ripped into center field by Gianna Adamo, and the Saints have a 2-out base runner. That hit just the 4th of the game for D'Youville.
Adamo ripped that to center field, and now Maddie Pepke comes to the bat, trying to add to D'Youville's lead here in the top of the 7th.
This Saints team, a team that not only came in pitching extremely well, as we mentioned earlier, they're a team that hits 300. So by no means there are a lot of easy outs in this lineup, and Kelsey Strayer has done a great job for the Dolphins. Certainly deserving of a victory. We'll see if her team can make something happen in the bottom half of the 7th. That pitch is taken outside for ball 1. That evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike on Pepke.
You would have to assume Lauren Booth is definitely going to come out for the 7th inning, so CSI is going to need to do what they did in the 6th inning and try to attack and get back into this game.
And that's chopped on the ground, foul. And the count runs to 1-2. At the plate today, Pepke 0 for 2, has grounded out, hit into a fielder's choice, and laid down a sacrifice bunt. Comes the 1-2 pitch. And that misses down in the dirt. They will throw behind Adamo at first, but she's back in safely. In this at-bat, Kelsey Strayer just eclipsed the 100 pitch mark. And her 2-2 is slapped down the third base line and into left field for a base hit. And the Saints now have 2 on with 2 outs, and their number 3 hitter, Hannah Bardeen, is the batter.
Carry on, again, to her credit. Again, keeping the runners at bay. That could have been more dangerous. Could have been 1st and 3rd with 2 outs. But the strong throw into the field kept the runner at 2nd. So 1st and 2nd with 2 outs. We have a mound visit, but I would assume Strayer is definitely staying in this game.
Well, that was very interesting on the part of Tracy Garofalo. Her infield was in on that conversation. It looked like she motioned them out of the huddle and told them to step back a few. So I don't think I've ever seen that before.
She wants a one-on-one.
I'm like that too. I'm much more comfortable giving those heart-to-heart, one-on-one discussions and advice than I am in the big group. Could certainly fool our staff here, though.
Yeah.
I'm a big talker in the workplace, but not so much everywhere else.
Yeah.
We flip the persona switch when I put this headset on. As Strayer's first pitch to Bardeen is upstairs for ball 1.
You see Isabel Gallo telling Strayer just to relax and calm down. Just try to get this big 3rd out to get out of this jam.
It's a huge out for Strayer and the Dolphins. They'd love to go into this bottom of the 7th, down only 1. And that won't help as that's it out to left center field. Played on a hop by Carry-On. 1 run is in. Holding at 3rd is Pepke, and it's an RBI single for Hannah Bardeen to put the Saints ahead 3-1.
And we were talking about it. Strayer was pitching really good, had 2 outs, but it's been a 2-out rally for the Saints. They now have a 3-1 advantage, and if you're CSI, man, you need to get this 3rd out. Now it's back to a 2-run game, and it's been very hard to get runs against Lauren Booth.
It looked like Strayer was about to put forth the 1-2-3 inning, and with 2 away, 3 straight singles, and now the Saints have their 2-run lead back as the Dolphins neglect to throw to 2nd, so that will be defensive indifference. Bardeen takes 2nd base.
I don't know if the viewers saw on our big camera. The camera moved a little bit, so now left field is a little bit obstructed from their view.
And that was quite the wind gust that just came in, so we'll have to fix that. I'll run up there in between innings. should say in between half innings now as we're in the 7th. We'll get that taken care of after the 3rd out. Still a huge out here for Strayer. Even more so now with 2 in scoring position as Lauren Booth looks at strike 2 on the inside corner.
Big 1-2 pitch right here. First base is open. But, man, what a big opportunity this is for CSI to get out of the inning.
Big opportunity for the Saints as well. Could possibly take a 4-run lead right here as Booth looks at that pitch outside. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 pitch is on its way. That's grounded foul. I think the Dolphins still will have a lot of energy going into the final half inning if they can get out of this right here. But I think a base hit by Booth in this spot could be really demoralizing for a Dolphins team that was right there at the start of this inning. And that one is sent down the line once again and into the left field corner for a base hit. Booth will stop at first, and 2 runs come in to score. The Dolphins now trail 5-1.
Man, Joe, it's just as if you're a wizard. You called it right there. A demoralizing hit right there for CSI. 2 runs come in. Now it's 5-1, and I think that is it for Kelsey Strayer as Miramontes is coming in to pitch.
Well, don't give me that, Nick. I've been the jinx so far. So if I've said something, the opposite has typically happened. And I can't say I'm playing sides, but
yeah.
I think it's a much more interesting call if we go into the final half inning with a 2-run game instead of a 4-run game. But as it stands, the score is 5-1 Saints. Pitching change for the Dolphins, and Alexis Miramontes takes the rubber. She will come on and try and record the final out here in the 7th. Eerie silence falls over the CSI softball complex.
I mean, not only demoralizing for the team, but for the fans. I mean, coming into this inning, it was 2-1, and there was 2 outs for Kelsey Strayer. But as I said, big 2-out rally for Duville. They've been able to bring home 3 runs now, and now they have 7 hits on the board. And now Miramontes has to get out of this inning and keep it at least a 4-run game. But you're right, Joe. Very, very demoralizing here at CSI.
No doubt about that, Nick. As I'm looking at the clock right now, and I can tell you that if Game 2 goes as long as this game did, I will not be here for the conclusion. So Andrew Rotundo will have the call. And we just got some instruction from the stats desk. We have a pitch runner over at first.
There's a pitch runner. Ali Biardi is in at first base. That's a rocket in the right center. But what a play by Carcano. Man, a big 3rd out for CSI as they keep it a 4-run game.
Well, that's yet another home run bid by the Saints. They come up short once again, but in the inning, they do score 3 times and extend their lead to 4. The Dolphins will trail 5-1 when we come back for the bottom half of the 7th.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we're back from the CSI softball complex. Quite a few changes for the Saints, so we'll just go through the defensive alignment for D'Youville. Behind the plate is Jamie Bauer. She's the new catcher. Hannah Bardine moves to third. Adamo remains at short. Pepke stays at second. Miller stays at first. The outfield of Millville, Shibish, and Millville remains the same. And now in the circle for the Saints is Sarah Parjic. And I will get you the numbers on Parjic this season in just a moment. Though we did mention earlier, she leads this team in ERA. And Nick, you have the numbers. Take it away.
Sarah Parjic has been one of the best pitchers for this D'Youville squad. There's a ground ball to second. Throw from Pepke is in time. Big first out for the Saints. But as I said, Parjic's numbers on the year, very, very good. This is her 15th appearance. She has started 9 games, 7-3 on the year. She has thrown 3 complete games, Joe. 1.60 ERA. She's been a very good pitcher for this Saints squad, and it's going to be another tough going for CSI's bats here in the 7th inning.
Jacqueline Cateridge is the batter, and Parjic threw that one right by her.
Parjic has 46 strikeouts on the team coming into today. That led the team. Obviously, Lauren Booth has surpassed her with a couple of strikeouts today.
Well, I'll tell you, if that's the kind of fastball the Dolphins are facing in Game 2, it's going to be a very tough afternoon for these CSI hitters because Cateridge is way behind that pitch.
And that's why it's dangerous for anyone to have a 1-2 combo with 2 pitchers under a 2 ERA. Very tough to get runs in.
Cateridge got around on that one, and that's a nice play on the run by Adamo at shortstop. And they are quickly 2 away.
Adamo, what a play at short. She's made some good plays today. Had that flip at second base earlier on. Now a nice play just near center field towards second base bag. And 2 quick outs for Parjic.
Anissa Acosta will be the batter. And before this game comes to an end, wanted to raise the point, too. Looking at the numbers, we expected that Sarah Parjic might be the starter for Game 2. She leads this team in ERA, as we said earlier. The Dolphins' leader in ERA is at the plate right now, Anissa Acosta. These 2 teams have met before. The Dolphins have typically started Acosta in Game 2 of doubleheaders. And I wonder if the Saints knew that and held Parjic back for Game 2.
And with 2 quick outs here in the 7th, she's definitely in a good position to pitch.
I'm not sure how clear it is on the screens of our viewers watching. The sky is getting very dark beyond the outfield wall.
Good thing we set up the tent, Joe.
It's looking very ominous at the moment.
Dark and gloomy.
Dolphins down to their final strike here, and Acosta fouls that one back.
Honestly, very dark and gloomy once you saw Parjic come in. Did not look promising for CSI, and these clouds are definitely not promising for the second game coming in.
They might want to get Game 2 started as quickly as possible.
I agree with that.
I think that's a good plan. Here comes the 1-2. And Acosta bloops one into shallow right field. Coming in and making an attempt on the dive was Millville. Acosta thought about second as the ball was knocked away, but she wisely holds it first. And Acosta is on with a 2-out single.
Well, you said it, Joe. We want a quick start to the second game, but it has been somewhat of a quick game today here in game number 1. As there's been, where times we were setting up the tent, the first pitch was already being thrown, so we had to run quickly back here to the desks to try to get stats going.
I'll tell you, the pace of play has not been slow. Not at all. But this game is approaching now about an hour and 40 minutes old. I'd say that's about the average for softball. A much quicker game than baseball, typically. And excluding games where the mercy rule is invoked, as McPherson hits one deep to left field. Back toward the wall is Millville, and she makes the catch for the final out of the game. But as I was saying, Nick, typically softball probably goes right around this amount of time, an hour and a half to an hour and 40 minutes for a 7-inning game. But the Dolphins fall short in Game 1 of today's conference doubleheader. Our final score, the Saints 5 and CSI 1. When Andrew Rotundo and I come back, we will have the call of Game 2. Andrew on play-by-play. I will be our engineer/color commentator for the first time this year. We also promise we'll get that camera fixed for you as well. More East Coast Conference softball coming up in approximately 20 to 30 minutes right back here on the ECC Network. And welcome back inside the CSI Softball Complex for Game 2 of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader between the College of Staten Island and DeUville University. The Dolphins dropped Game 1 by a final score of 5-1. The Saints led that game 2-1 through 6, but in the 7th inning, DeUville was able to plate 3 more runs, and they took the 4-run victory. Once again, this is Joe Foreman on the call, and with play-by-play commentary of today's game is my broadcast partner, Andrew Rotundo.
Joe, I'm happy to be here, and this is going to be one heck of a game here in the second one. Dolphins are going to look to bounce back, and making my debut here at play-by-play, and I couldn't ask for a better one.
I know you're excited for it. We are all excited to hear you on the call, as I will be with you as long as I can. I have somewhere to be at 5 p.m. tonight. We'll talk more about that next time we come on the air, but the Dolphins and Saints about to get underway, and Andrew, the call is yours.
Thank you so much, Joe. Leading off for the DeUville Saints in Game 2 of this doubleheader is Gianna Adamo, the shortstop. She goes after the first one, popped up in foul territory, and nearly getting there is McPherson from third, and that'll be strike one.
It was a very busy game for McPherson in Game 1, was involved in some key plays. One of them, she decided to throw to third instead of coming home with the ball. That plated a run for the Saints, and through 6, that was a big run as the Dolphins' deficit was just 1.
The 0-1 on the way from Miramontes. On the ground towards second. This will roll through, and that'll be the first hit of this one for the Saints. And a great job there by the Saints to lead off. And let's see if Miramontes will bounce back here.
Top of this Saints lineup has proved dangerous, but the Dolphins did keep Maddie Pepke in check during Game 1. She only got on base for the first time in her last at-bat. Had previously been 0 for 2. With a sacrifice reached in her final plate appearance.
First pitch to Pepke. Throw down to first. And keeping that runner, Adamo, over at first in check is the catcher, Isabel Gallo. And a 1-0 count now for Pepke. And the 1-0 on the way to Pepke. Making contact towards second, trying to make the tag, and missing is Aponte. And now that's going to be 2 on for DeUville here to start this one. Nobody out. And the Dolphins find themselves in some early trouble here to start this one.
That's a tough break in the circle for Anissa Acosta. Looked like she had at least 1 out on that play. It was not to be, as the Dolphins were unable to record an out on the infield. As you said, Andrew, CSI going for the tag, as we will get another look at it. And Aponte already had the runner past her on her way to second, had no play at first. 2 on for the Saints.
Tough break for Aponte. She was right there for it, too. And as you said, Joe, just kind of missed it as that first pitch misses the zone from Miramontes for ball 1 to Michaela Millville, the right fielder.
That was my mistake. I saw Acosta warming up, looked down, looked back up, and said Acosta.
Well, there's Miramontes there, Joe, and
that's not Acosta.
And that pitch finds the zone, evening the count 1-1 for Millville. And the 1-1 on the way here from Miramontes. Swinging into left center. This will fall for a base hit for the Saints. And rounding third, coming home is Adamo for the first run of this game. DeUville with an early 1-0 lead over the Dolphins with an RBI double there for Millville.
And a great start for DeUville University in this one. They have jumped all over Alexis Miramontes. Took a bit more time to get to Kelsey Strayer, but they have wasted no time at the plate early in this game, putting the ball in play. 3 straight at-bats, 2 base hits, and the Saints lead 1-0.
Hannah Bardine's first at-bat of this one. Takes the first pitch and looks at it for ball number 1. And Miramontes trying to bounce back. Still no outs in the inning. The 1-0. Swinging and missing is Bardine at that one, even the count. And she's got a ball and 1 strike.
Here's another look quickly at that last RBI base hit ahead of the next pitch.
The 1-1. Making contact up the middle. Moore is there to throw to first. And that will be the first out. But meanwhile, the Saints are going to score another run, and they have the early 2-0 lead as they double it here in the first inning.
Saints continue to put the ball in play. They've made the Dolphins infielders work in this half inning. CSI could have 2 outs at this point, but that's about the best the Dolphins could have hoped for, as 2 runs are home, and the infield umpire is having a word with Miramontes, and it appears the Dolphins dugout as well.
And as that conversation comes to an end, Joe, we have Jamie Bauer, designated player, in her first at bat, taking the first pitch down low. And that's ball 1 for Bauer. And still only 1 out in the inning, with a runner at third, looking to extend the lead for DeUville early in this one. And Miramontes is looking to bounce back early, put a close on this inning, and limit the damage. As this is hit on the ground towards third, and called a foul ball. And that'll even the count up at 1-1.
Dolphins infield in the middle is all the way back. So it looks like they would concede a run in exchange for the second out in this spot. Already trailing 2-0.
1-1 on the way. And that's hit on the ground hard into center field. That's going to bring Millville home. And they extend the lead. It is 3-0 Saints. And they have taken a commanding lead here to start this one, Joe.
And the Saints are all over everything Miramontes is throwing right now. They've hit the ball hard more than once already. That last base hit, no exception, as that was driven right back through the middle by Bauer. She's on with the RBI base hit. Third hit of the inning for DeUville, and they have an early 3-run lead.
And here is Carly Millville looking to continue for the Saints. Already 3 runs on 3 hits for the Saints in this first inning. Runner at first, 1 out. First pitch to Millville is called outside the zone for ball 1. And the 1-0 to Millville. Made contact towards us behind the plate, and that'll be strike number 1.
You've come a long way, Andrew. That used to make you flinch a little bit here at the commentary desk. Ball off the fence right in front of us.
Just a little bit, Joe, just a little. And
We've all been there.
I think you're right to say I've come a long way from that. As the 1-1. Miramontes. Taken. And that's ball 2. And Carly Millville ahead in the count 2-1 on Miramontes. With Bauer at first. Still only 1 out in this Saints first inning. And the 2-1. That's outside. And now Millville in a good spot here with a 3-1 count on Miramontes. And the 3-1. Taken. Ball 4 and a walk. That'll continue the inning. Still only 1 out. And the Saints keep it moving here, Joe.
Good at-bats from DeUville. They've attacked when they've gotten quality pitches to hit. And right there demonstrating good patience at the plate to draw the walk. And that will be all for Alexis Miramontes. So the Dolphins, trying not to let this game get away too early, will turn to their number 1 pitcher, Anissa Acosta. And she will receive a mask from her teammate, Kelsey Strayer, who pitched very well in Game 1 in her own right. And Acosta coming on early, only 1 out recorded by Miramontes, and Acosta will look to close the door on this first inning and keep the Dolphins down by only 3.
And a very quick outing that was for Miramontes, giving up 3 runs on the 3 hits, only getting the 1 out in the inning. And so not wasting any time are the Dolphins. That's Anissa Acosta coming into the circle to take over. And she's going to look to end this inning quickly and get the Dolphins up on offense and get back in this one. Still the first inning, so Acosta's going to look to turn this one around quickly here, Joe.
And the numbers for Acosta on the season, this is appearance number 11. She has started 4 times. She has 2 complete games and has pitched to a 4-5 record. She has a whip of 1.74, an ERA of 2.82. In 39 2/3, she's allowed 44 hits, 20 runs, 16 of those earned. She has walked 25 and struck out 21. She's also allowed 9 extra base hits, including 4 doubles, 1 triple, and 4 home runs, 165 opposing batters, hitting at .267 against her. That batting average against is the best on this Dolphins team.
And she's going to look to use that here, Joe, as she gets ready to pitch to the first baseman, Ava Miller. As Ava Miller is going to look to continue this fire red offense for the D'Youville Saints here in this opening inning of Game 2. First pitch from Acosta. And that's a called strike 1 from Acosta.
I'm not sure if you're a fan of Jordan sneakers, Andrew, but the Saints are rocking the fire red uniforms as well.
Definitely a fan, Joe, as that one's
good taste.
Up high.
Good taste.
Even the count at ball 1 ball and 1 strike.
Fire red 5s. My first pair of Air Jordan sneakers back in 2013.
Classic, Joe, I might say. As that ball's taken down low in the dirt, and ahead in the count is Miller, 2-1 on Acosta.
Have the 2020 OGs as well with the Nike Air on the heel. Classic.
Joe, would you say you're some sort of a sneakerhead yourself?
I think I would. I think
that's safe to say. 3-1 count for Miller. Once again, a good spot for another Saints batter. This time it's Ava Miller with the 3-1 count on Acosta. And the 3-1 on the way, hit on the ground towards short. Moore scoops it up, tosses the third, gets 1. And that'll be the second out of the inning. And so, Moore goes for the safe out at third. And so that'll be out number 2. So 2 on and 2 out. And here comes Michaela Bush to the plate. Acosta looking to end this and limit the damage, as this is on the ground, fair ball right to Acosta, and she tosses the first, and that'll be out number 3. Acosta gets the Dolphins out of that one. No problem. We'll go to the bottom of the first. D'Youville up 3-0 over the Dolphins.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we are back for the bottom of the first. Dolphins find themselves in an early jam. Joe down 3-0, 3 runs on 3 hits. And Miramontes was run out of the circle early, just 1 out, as Acosta came on to finish that side for the Dolphins with not really any problems.
No, didn't seem she had any issues, though. command did elude her a bit yesterday, fell behind in a 3-ball count during that previous half inning, but ultimately Acosta was able to close the door. And for Alexis Miramontes, it was a bit of a disappointing outing after not allowing a run in her appearance during Game 1 yesterday. She pitched extremely well behind Kelsey Strayer in Game 1 against the Lions, was chased from today's game after only recording 1 out.
And the Dolphins are going to look to answer offensively here as we are underway in the bottom of the first, with Jacqueline Cateridge taking the first pitch and swinging into right field. A base hit for Cateridge, and the throw back in gets away. But nonetheless, Cateridge 1 pitch and a base hit, and the Dolphins trying to answer quickly to that opening offensive strike from the Saints. As once again, that's 1 pitch and a hit for the Dolphins.
And right here, we'll get another look at it as Cateridge attacks that first pitch, wasting no time, and her great weekend continues. She swung the bat very well over the last couple of days.
And we'll look at Anissa Acosta, who came in to pitch just 1 out into that first inning. The 1-0 is on the way, makes contact into right, and leaning foul out of our vision, Joe. And yes, that will be foul ball to even the count at 1-1.
That right field corner has been tricky for the corner outfielder there, and we've seen it all season long, really. It just seems that every trouble fly ball is one hit to right field, whether it's a sinking line drive that skips over the right fielder's glove or a ball hit right along the chalk. It always seems to be an adventure in right field here at the CSI Softball Complex.
And it always seems to lose our vision, Joe.
That too. Though if I stand up, I think I can see it.
Maybe you.
Yeah, maybe. And that's just maybe. We have a tent overhead now.
Yeah.
Can't look over the fence.
2-1 to Acosta in the dirt, and Acosta's got a 3-1 count. Good spot here with Cateridge at first, nobody out in the inning. And a great opportunity for the Dolphins to answer offensively here in their side of the first inning. As the 3-1 is on the way to Acosta, up high and taken for ball 4. Acosta will walk to first. Cateridge advances to second, and the Dolphins are cooking here. Runners at first and second, nobody out. And that'll bring up Samantha McPherson. The third baseman. And what little offense the Dolphins had in that first game, McPherson was part of it. As that first pitch is taken for strike 1.
Very quickly, I'll get you the numbers on the starting pitcher, Cassie Crear, for the Saints. And we'll wait one more pitch.
And the 0-1 from Crear in the dirt. And that's ball 1 as that gets away.
So those numbers for Crear, she's appeared in 11 games, including 5 starts. She has a record of 3-3 with 2 complete games. In 30 1/3 innings, she's allowed 46 hits, 29 runs, 21 of those earned. She's walked 22 and struck out 20. She's pitched to an ERA of 4.85 with about 4.5 strikeouts per 7 innings.
1-2 on the way to McPherson. On the ground, hit hard, taken by the shortstop in Adamo, and getting that easy out at third for out number 1. Dolphins still with runners at first and second as Elizabeth Moore, the shortstop, comes on for her first at bat in this one. With Acosta at second, McPherson at first. 1 out in the inning. First pitch is up high, taken for ball 1.
Big spot here for the Dolphins cleanup hitter Elizabeth Moore, her team behind 3 runs in the opening inning. And the Dolphins don't want to waste any time issuing a response at the plate.
That's fouled off behind us as that evens the count. Just getting a piece of that, Moore.
Moore entered today's action hitting .317 with 9 RBIs, slugging at .381 and 63 at-bats.
And Moore working the count here as she gets it to 2-1.
Crear having a bit of a problem finding the strike zone with consistency early on.
And this one's hit hard, high into right. But right there is Millville for out number 2. And Acosta stays put at second. And that's going to bring up the catcher, Isabel Gallo, with 2 on and 2 out in the Dolphin side of the first.
Isabel Gallo.
And she'll look to continue on.
And Moore just got under that ball a little bit, sent it out to straightaway right, but not a bad swing from the Dolphin shortstop.
First pitch to Gallo into right, and a line drive right to Millville, and that will end the inning. So the Dolphins do get a couple of base runners on a walk and a hit, but nobody comes around to score, and they still trail 3-0 going to the second inning.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we are back at the CSI softball complex as Anissa Acosta looks to continue in the circle here in the top of the second inning. She came on to relieve Miramontes with just 1 out in the top of the first, and she got out of that, Joe, with no problem. 2 quick outs, and let's see how she will continue off of that and limit any more damage from the Saints, as the Dolphins already find themselves down 3-0 in this one.
First batter she will face is Emily Shibish, but you said it. Acosta came on in relief, and it was quick relief. She only threw a few pitches and was out of that first inning. Stranded a pair.
And the first pitch, showing bunt almost, was Shibish, and taking it for ball 1. And the 1-0. Acosta, as that's away, and behind in the count now is Acosta 2-0 to start this second inning.
You and I spoke about it yesterday, Andrew. The Achilles heel for Acosta has been falling behind in the count.
As that one's taken for ball 3, as you just said it, Joe. 3 straight balls to open this inning to Shibish. And she needs to start finding the zone earlier and quickly, as that was taken for ball 4. No. Almost. That will be strike 1, and it's 3-1.
Well, I'll tell you, I thought so. The batter Shibish thought so. The Saints dugout thought so. But our opinions don't matter.
As this is hit on the ground, this will find a hole by third, and that'll be a leadoff base hit for Shibish here in the second inning, and the Saints look to go to work again and continue on that lead.
And how big is that call right now, Andrew, as it affords Shibish another pitch. Did come away with a base hit. I'm sure she'll take it. Still gets first base, but an extra base hit in the hits column for DeUville. They now have 4.
And Adamo takes a pitch up high for ball 1, as she got on and scored in her first at-bat. And she's got a 1-0 count against Acosta. With Shibish at first, nobody out in the inning. Shibish takes off for second. Gallo couldn't find the control in the dirt, and so easily into second is Shibish with nobody out in the inning. And now the Saints with a runner in scoring position and nobody out, and once again find themselves in good position to extend their lead. And the 2-0 is on the way from Acosta. And that is low. and it's 3-0.
Costa really struggling with her control right now, and when she puts the ball in the strike zone, she can be so tough to hit. Pitching around these hitters, certainly not her intention.
And the 3-0. And that'll be a 4-pitch walk to Adamo. And so just one of the last 8 pitches from Acosta has been a strike. And now runners at first and second for the Saints, nobody out. Gallo will have a word in the circle with Acosta, trying to settle her down here. As Madison Pepke stands in for her second at bat of the day. Adamo at first. And Shibish at second with that stolen base after the single. And now the first pitch on the way to Pepke. Called strike.
Pepke at the plate in this game is 0 for 1. We'll look to get on for the first time. Chance here for the Saints' leading hitter with 2 on base.
Costa looks on the 0-1. As that's taken for ball 1, evening the count. As you said, the lead scorer, Pepke, looking to capitalize here with 2 runners on. The 1-1 is hit on the ground off the glove of Acosta, but handled here, and the throw to first will be in time for out number 1. Runners advance, though. Adamo to second, Shibish to third, still only 1 out in the inning. And Michaela Millville with runners in scoring position, just 1 out in the inning.
Millville had an RBI base hit her first time up. Chance to potentially chase home 2 in this spot. With first base open, the Dolphins appear to be playing about halfway everywhere except shortstop. Moore is back at regular depth. Aponte, Cateridge, McPherson halfway.
As that's taken for a strike, evening the count at 1-1. And Millville with a 1-1 count, looking to extend this lead here. The 1-1 on the way from Acosta. Swinging and missing right through that. And it's 1-2. Nice pitch from Acosta there, Joe.
Certainly was, and this is a huge pitch coming up right here for Acosta with the Saints' number 3 hitter at the plate. Big out to get.
1-2 on the way, swung on, made contact, and that is out towards the left in foul territory, and the count remains 1-2 for Millville. And the rain has started to come down here, Joe, for the first time today at the complex. The 1-2 on the way, and taking that in the shoulder is Millville. She'll take a walk to first, and now the base is loaded for the Saints with only 1 out, and Acosta finding herself in some trouble here in the top of the second. Already down 3-0 in this one.
Some of this danger she finds herself in. Self-inflicted, hit a batter, issued a walk. Allowed a base hit on a 3-1 pitch. Easily could have issued a walk there as well.
First pitch to Bardeen is off the plate for ball 1. Bardeen, not much of a better position to be in. Bases loaded, 1 out. The 1-0 hit high, infield. And McPherson's got it. And that's the second out as the rain starts to become heavier here in the top of the second.
So with the heavier rainfall, our batter's camera is being removed from the broadcast. We will go 1 feed the rest of the way. I will be stepping aside likely within the next inning or 2 as the rainfall becomes heavier. So it looks like we may have to cover our main camera as well. At the very least, we'll have to shield it from the rainfall. Now, if we cover the main camera, we won't have a video feed, but we will have audio. So let's see what Joe can get working, and it looks like he's trying to cover the camera right now. So he'll do his best, and we'll see if we can stay with you through the inclement weather.
As meanwhile, Acosta throws that strike to get in the count, and the count is now 2-1. To Bauer, as that one's in the dirt. And Bauer ahead 3-1. Bases are loaded, 2 outs in the inning. And now Acosta preparing for the 2-1. On the way. Hit on the ground. Up the middle. Moore is there. Stepping on second. Nice play by Moore. And that'll end the side. Dolphins get out of it. Still trailing, though, 2-0 going to the bottom of the second.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
As we are back here for the bottom of the second, Carcano leads it off for the Dolphins, going after her first pitch in the dirt. And that's on to first for out number 1, so 1 pitch and 1 out. And it looked like she was out, but she is safe. Thanks to our statistician behind me, Louis Matrone. Look from here like she was out.
Okay, Andrew, so we're having a bit of a weather-induced outage right now. We have no video feed at the moment, but Andrew and I will stay with you on commentary. I'll do my best to upkeep the scoreboard as I try and work on protecting our camera from the elements at the top of the bleachers.
Mockery hits one on the ground to short, and the throw down to first. That is the first out. Carcano goes to second. And so Carcano at second, 1 out in the inning for the Dolphins.
So once.
And the first pitch to Aponte, low, and that's ball 1. Aponte will look to bring Carcano at second home here with only 1 out. That's in the dirt. Carcano heads to third, and she is in there. And a great chance for the Dolphins to get in this one. Carcano at third, only 1 out. And Aponte ahead in the count, 2-0. And now the 2-0. As that's taken for strike 1.
Well, we have 3 at the commentary desk now. An extra set of hands coming in to help us as the weather wreaks havoc on our stream.
Hit on the ground by Aponte. This is through the hole. Carcano comes home to score. And an RBI single for Layla Aponte to get the scoring started for the Dolphins. They are in this one. It's 3-1 now, Saints.
Good hitting there by Aponte, and the Dolphins are on the board. That is the third Dolphins hit of this game. Took them quite a while to pick up their third hit in game one, but we are 1 out into the bottom of the second, and CSI already with 3 hits in this game.
First pitch to Carrion, and diving but not making the catch. From third is Bush, and they'll take that. The Dolphins still only 1 out in the inning, and runners now at first and second as Aponte moves up to second.
Do you see, Andrew? This is all happening because of my manifestation being here.
Welcome, Sal. Welcome to the broadcast here, Sal.
Caruso to the broadcast. There he is.
It seems like he's brought his good energy.
We need to get Lewis a headset. We can have 4 voices.
First pitch to Cateridge is taking strike 1.
This one's going to come down to the left field line. It's going to be runner coming to third and 1 at home. Watch. It's coming.
That's your analysis,
That's
Sal?
my analysis. Here it comes. Next pitch.
Low in the dirt, 1-1. Sal's making predictions now. And let's see if it pays off for him. As Cateridge moving ahead in the count, 2-1. Aponte at second. Carrion at third, the 2-1. And that's high for ball 3. And so a great position here for Cateridge, a 3-1 count. And Sal, we might just see your prediction here.
Nice stroke to the left here. Do it. Nice little gap in between both third base and second base.
A 3-1. And that's taken ball 4. That'll load the bases as Cateridge takes the walk. Only 1 out. Dolphins only down 2 here, and they got the bases loaded. And here comes the pitcher, Anissa Acosta.
Andrew, get the vocal cords ready. We already called Juan Acosta grand slam here at home.
And we will see, Joe.
Hopefully our viewers will be able to see it.
As this is hit on the ground, up the middle. This will score at least 1. Aponte comes home. Rounding third is Carrion. She will come home. And the Dolphins have tied the game at 3. An RBI double for Anissa Acosta.
Just like that, Joe, Andrew, we got a tie ball game. As soon as I come on now, I feel like I can't even get off.
Perfect timing, Sal. Perfect timing. And you brought the energy with you. Dolphins tie it up.
All right, let's do this.
Well, our camera feed was just returned, so we do apologize that you did not see that RBI base hit by Acosta. However, that base hit will chase the starting pitcher for the Saints, Cassie Crear. She is taken out of the game, and D'Youville University will go to the bullpen with 1 out in the bottom half of the second inning. And trotting out of the Saints dugout will be Sarah Parchik.
And Sarah Parchik closed out the game, the first game of this series, of this doubleheader today. And just giving up the 1 hit and getting out of that easy and finishing up the game. And now she comes into this one in the bottom of the second after the Dolphins erase a 3-0 deficit. And now it's a brand new ball game. Still only 1 out in the inning for the Dolphins.
Acosta really helping out her own cause as a pitcher, driving in those 2 runs for herself to get this a 0-0 game again.
Well, I spoke about it earlier in the season. At one point, about a week ago now, a bit more than that, it was last Thursday, Acosta was on pace to potentially break the Dolphins' single-season RBI record. Now, she's fallen off of that pace since, but with 2 more RBIs right there, I believe she now has 26. I'll double-check that in just a moment, but I'll do that after I bring you the numbers for Sarah Parchik. Parchik comes in having appeared in 14 games with 9 starts. She's pitched to a record of 7-3. She does not have a save, came in up 4 runs in game 1. In her 9 starts, she has 3 complete games, and in 61 and a third innings, she's allowed 53 hits and 28 runs, 14 of those earned. She's walked 21 and struck out 46. She has pitched to a 1.60 ERA.
Impressive ERA.
I mean, impressive all-around numbers for Acosta. I mean, she's definitely the backbone right now of this team and started definitely in the start of this early season. Well, it's towards late season now, midway through.
We're right at about the midway point, maybe a bit beyond that.
Parchik fouls this off. Or McPherson, rather. The pitch from Pargic, and it's 0-2.
Well, you know who's not at the midway point of their season? The New York Knicks are at the finish line.
That they are. One more game to see what they can do.
On the outside, looking in as usual.
0-2 to McPherson. And a good eye by McPherson. And that's ball one, staying alive in the at-bat, and she battles here against Pargic.
Well, hopefully next year will be a different year for the Knicks and for the Dolphins. They'll be able to compete it now in the postseason for the Division II.
1-2. Very high. And now the 0-2 count erased. Now 2-2. And a good job by McPherson to battle back in the count. And now the 2-2 on the way. Makes contact hard into left. This will get down. And one will score, and so will Acosta. And the Dolphins have their first lead of the day. It is 5-3. An RBI double from McPherson. Still only one out in the inning for the Dolphins. They are cooking.
Samantha McPherson continues to be a crucial part of this Dolphins lineup, and she greets Pargic with a 2 RBI double. The Dolphins have now jumped out to a 2-run lead. They already have 6 hits in this game. They finished game 1 with just 3.
Hashtag Fear the McPherson is about to start.
McPherson with the emphasis on the fear.
Of course.
And the 1-0 now, as this is hit in and out of the glove, but the toss back to first will get more, and that's out number 2. Although McPherson does move up to third with Gallo coming up to bat.
Now batting, the catcher, number 2, Isabel Gallo.
And for Gallo, she comes to the plate. 0 for 1 in this game.
As Gallo goes after her first pitch, rips it up the middle. That'll score McPherson. And they have extended the lead to 3.
The Dolphins just doing such a great job of seeing the ball when it comes and waiting for that pitch. And the last couple of bats has come early in the count.
0 for no more for Gallo as she wastes no time driving one right back up the middle. And we've seen the Dolphins make good contact, driving the ball right back where it is pitched up the middle several times already in this game.
And Carcano will look to continue that success, Joe, as she takes her first pitch high for ball 1. As this has been a 6-run inning for the Dolphins. As she makes contact, this will be another base hit into shallow center. Gallo safe at second with the slide.
That's a nice little slap kind of hit and run there for the Dolphins, as that goes well over their second baseman.
And the Dolphins are finding the pitches they need early in the count, late in the count. It doesn't matter, as here's Mockery. 2 on and 2 out, as that's taken high for ball 1.
How about this Dolphins offense these last 2 days? The bats came alive in game 1 yesterday, as I said several times. Here today, had some trouble in game 1, began to turn it around late in that game. That is carried over here to game 2.
Mockery fouls it off.
Gotta love the rips by the Dolphins here, just really watching that ball and seeing it well and seeing the gaps in the field.
They've definitely woken up here in this one, Joe, as the first game, just that 1 run, and now just in 1 inning here, they have 6 to lead this one by 3.
You could see it in that 6th inning in game 1. Things were beginning to turn around for this Dolphins lineup, and that has carried right over into the second game.
And that is taken. Mockery now with a 3-1 count. And she battles away here. Finds herself in a good count. And now the 3-1 on the way from Pargic. And that's taken for a strike. That'll fill the count at 3-2 for Avery Mockery.
That time I thought it was a good no swing, as it was a little high. Probably would have popped that one up if she did swing.
Both runners will be going on the pitch. Full count with 2 outs.
Full count pitch. This has popped up behind us. And a foul ball.
With both runners going and good speed on first in Carcano, an extra base hit here likely scores 2. A base hit certainly scores 1 with Gallo running on the pitch, unless the ball doesn't reach the outfield.
The 3-2. As this is swung on, getting a piece of it. The lower part of the bat and into foul territory, and the count will remain the same at 3-2.
Really staying alive here to try to keep this inning going, trying to get more than 6 runs total.
And Sal Mockery will look to continue this battle here. Another 3-2. And that will be ball 4. Mockery continues the inning with an earned walk. And now bases loaded once again for the Dolphins. As that will bring up Layla Aponte.
Mockery draws the walk, and it's the second time this inning that the bases will be loaded for the Dolphins.
Aponte already has an RBI in this inning. Dolphins have batted around.
And this has not been the same Pargic that we saw closing that first game, as the first pitch is high for ball 1 to Aponte.
You have to wonder how much the cold weather and the on and off rain could be having an impact on the pitching.
Very good point.
The Dolphins hitting doesn't seem to be having a problem.
As that's evening up the count at 1-1 taken. And maybe the weather serves as a challenge for the Dolphins.
Well, they have risen to the challenge so far.
The 1-1 taken. And that's ball 2. Good eye by Aponte there.
Right now, you could tell this Deweyville University. Oh, remember that. It's not college anymore, so I got that correct. You know, they just look a little stuck this inning, and they want to get out of it. They just want to get to the next inning and focus on the pitching and the batting in the next few innings. But right now, the Dolphins really want to continue to just hamper on these runs if they can, especially with the bases loaded.
Sal, I was ready to jump all over you if you got it wrong, but not to be, as my broadcast partner in Game 1, Nick Bavona, only made that mistake one time.
That's not bad for a whole broadcast.
3-1 is taken for a strike. That'll fill the count. And Joe and Sal, the Dolphins seem to have Pargic's number here in this second inning. As the 3-2 is on the way, this is high into right. But there is Millville, and that will finally end the inning. The Dolphins with a 6-run inning. They bat around, and they take their first lead of the day, a commanding 6-3 lead going to the third.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Now. And we are back for the third inning, as Carly Millville will lead it off for the Saints after the Saints gave up their 3-0 lead. It diminished a 6-run lead for the 6-run inning for the Dolphins in that second, and it is a brand new ball game now, as Acosta will continue here in the top of the third, as it is just me now with Joe Masha Engineering. As Joe Foreman had to go to his event. And we're underway in the third inning. First pitch from Acosta. Swung on, hit on the ground towards second. Aponte all over it. And a quick first out in one pitch to open this third. And some strong defense there by the Dolphins to open the inning.
The first baseman, number 11, Ava Miller.
And Ava Miller now comes on with one out. Looking to get this offense back up and running for the Saints. As the first pitch is taken for strike one. And now Acosta, I'm sure, has a boost of confidence after that 6-run inning, as this is hit hard down the right and fouled. And so an 0-2 count quickly for Miller. Miller preparing for the 0-2. Nobody on. And the pitch. And that's low for ball one. And she will stay alive, Miller, at 1-2. One and two on the way down. Off the glove, taken for ball two. And an even count. And Miller starting to battle here. Saw an 0-2 count, now to 2-2. Two and two from Acosta. And that will fill the count at 3-2. And a good battle here from Miller, as she was down 0-2 and now fills the count. And a good eye used there. And now with a full count at 3-2. And the pitch. And this is hit high into center. Aponte is in the shallow center, but it is Carcano there. And 2 up, 2 down for the Saints in their side of the third, which will bring up Michaela Bush for her second at-bat of the game. She did not bat in that first game. And with 2 outs and nobody on here in her second at-bat of this one, her first pitch on the way from Acosta, swinging and missing. And that's strike one as she swings right through that. The 0-1. Making contact is Bush and fouling it off, and a quick 0-2 count. And Acosta's going to look to get out of this inning quickly here, as it seems the Dolphins have taken complete control over this game after that 6-run second inning. And the 0-2 is on the way. High for ball one. And Acosta, as mentioned earlier, came in just 1 out into that first inning. And since then, has really been strong for these Dolphins, as this is hit towards the left side of the infield and caught by the shortstop Moore. 1-2-3 go the Saints, and the score, Dolphins up 6-3 heading into their side of the third.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
And we are back for the bottom of the third inning. Dolphins find themselves ahead now 6-3 in this one, as they really came to bat as they batted around in that second inning. 6 runs on 7 hits, as it will be Jessica Carrion to lead off here in the Dolphins' third against Parjic. And despite the struggles of Parjic in that bottom of the second, she will continue here for the Saints, down 3 runs in the bottom of the third. As the first pitch is low for ball 1 to Carrion. Parjic looking to bounce back. The 1-0 right in the zone there for strike 1. And now Carrion with an even 1-1 count. On the way from Parjic. And that's taken for strike 2. That was ball 2. The count is 2-1. As this is hit on the ground and bobbled by Pepke. And the Dolphins catch a break there, as getting on his Carrion to lead off the inning, as it just bobbles off the glove. Pepke couldn't get a handle on it. And the Dolphins will take that. And they're in business yet again to start their side of the third. Cateridge will come up to bat. Nobody out in the inning. And now the first pitch on the way to Cateridge is taken for strike 1. Parjic trying to keep her composure here. The 0-1. Hit solid into left, right into the glove of Millville. And that is out number 1 in the inning. And, of course, Carrion's got to go back to first. And here comes the red hot Anissa Acosta from both sides. In the circle, batting. She's done it all in this one. And with 1 on and 1 out, she looks to extend the lead here. Or at least inch closer. She fouls off her first pitch there for strike 1. Parjic, the 0-1 is taken, and the throw down to second gets Carrion, and a nice throw down by Bauer to second, and that will be the second out of the inning. And as a heads-up play by the Saints, Carrion is down and slow to her feet by second, as the trainers and coach out to see what had transpired as she slid down to the base. Is Carrion still down and shaken up at second? And we'll wait for the call here. And finally to her feet, Jessica Carrion walking off here. Just a little shaken up after that slide down to second base. And unfortunately was called out. And so Acosta will continue her at bat. 2 outs, nobody on, and a 1-1 count. This carry-on seems to be okay heading into the Dolphins dugout. And now, meanwhile, the 1-1 is down to Acosta, missing for the 2-1. Two-one swing and a miss. Acosta even in the count again. 2-2 now. And Parjic just one pitch away from a bounce-back inning. The 2-2. Taken low, and a full count now for Acosta. She battles away with Parjic in the bottom of the third. In the 6-3 Dolphins lead. And the 3-2. This is hit hard into center. It will get down past the center fielder. And the throw in, as Shabish could not get a handle on it in center. Acosta will double and keep the inning going as she stays red hot at the plate today. And here comes McPherson, who will try and bring her home and extend the lead and keep the inning going. And the first pitch is low in the dirt. Acosta takes off a third. The throw down is not in time. Acosta is safe down at third. Good quick play there by Acosta. And so the 1-0 to McPherson is taken, and that's off the plate for 2-0. And now Parjic finds herself behind 2-0. That's taken for strike one by McPherson. And McPherson, as mentioned earlier, has not been an easy at-bat whatsoever today. As the 2-1 is on the way, made contact and fouled it off behind. And to even the count once again at 2-2. McPherson battling away here with Parjic. Once again, looking to get out of this inning and bounce back after the 6 runs given up. This is on the way. And a chopper down to third. It sneaks through the legs of Bush. And this will score Acosta. And the Dolphins extend their lead to 7-3.
Now batting the shortstop, number 23.
And trying to catch that chopper was Bush at third. And it just goes off her glove through her legs. That allows Acosta to score. And so an RBI for McPherson, and that will continue the inning for the Dolphins down up now 4 on the Saints. It is a 7-3 commanding lead for the Dolphins as the shortstop Elizabeth Moore will look to continue this offense. As the first pitch is down for strike one. As that 0-1 is taken in the dirt to even the count. As Elizabeth Moore making Parjic battle as that is hit hard down to first. An easy step on the bag. Dolphins do get another run on a hit in the inning. They extend the lead to 7-3 going to the 4th.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I want to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
We are back for the top of the fourth inning. Dolphins extended their lead in the bottom of the third. And it is now a 7-3 Dolphins lead to start this fourth. Victoria Whalen in the game in left for Carry-On, who is done, it seems, for this one, was shaken up at the bottom of that third inning. Shabish leading off for the Saints, takes a ball in the dirt to open the side. And now Shabish with a 1-0 count looks to get this offense going. As another one in the dirt from Acosta. And she's quickly behind on the batter, 2-0. And the 2-0 on the way down to Shabish. And that's taken for strike one. As the 2-1 made contact. That's a base hit over the head of Aponte into right center, and a leadoff single for Shabish. Coming in to today, just 9 hits, but that's a big one for the Saints there, as they are back to the top of the order in Gianna Adamo, who will look to capitalize on that early hit in this Saints side of the fourth. In the first pitch, Acosta looking on. And Adamo takes that just off the plate for ball one. Gianna Adamo, second on the team, runs and hits. 21 runs coming into today, 27 hits. As the 1-0, swinging and missing at that one in the dirt. To even the count. A lot of low pitches here to start the fourth from Acosta. Nonetheless, Adamo swinging at that last one. And has an even 1-1 count. No outs in their side of the fourth. And Shabish now on to second as the 1-1 is taken off the plate. And a good battle here by Adamo this is turning into, as she's now ahead 2-1 on the count. Let's see how Acosta will keep the damage down. The 2-1. She goes after that in the dirt. And it'll be 2-2. So another one by Adamo. Swinging in the dirt. But Shabish is able to move up another base. So now a runner at third for the Saints. And nobody out still in the inning. This could prove to be costly for Adamo. As the 2-2 on the way down. And a nice eye by Adamo to take that, and that'll fill the count up at 3-2. Good battle by Adamo at the plate. Desperately trying to cut into this 4-run Dolphins lead. With Shabish on at third and nobody out. And makes contact with this one. This will get over the head of Moore at short. This will be a base hit in the center. And this will bring Shabish home. And an RBI single for Adamo. And that will cut into the Dolphins lead. The deficit now from 4-3 for the Saints. Still nobody out in the inning. And they'll look to get going here against Acosta in the fourth. Here's Madison Pepke, the second baseman. Her first pitch on the ground. They're going to go for two. The throw down to second. And they get the one out at second. And they decide to stay put there as they'll get the easy out.
The right fielder, number 9, Michaela Millville.
As Millville comes up to bat. With Pepke now at first and one out in the inning. As a throw down to second. And that is safe. Close call and another stolen base here for the Saints. And they're trying to chip away here in the fourth inning. That pitch is high. And Acosta once again behind 2-0. Michaela Millville, a tough at bat this season, leading the team. 14 walks coming into this one, and she's ahead 2-0 in this count. And she takes that off the plate, and once again, proving to be a good eye is Michaela Millville with a 3-0 count on Acosta. And now the 3-0 on the way from Acosta. Good pitch from Acosta to keep it going here at 3-1. And Millville with a 3-1 count. As that's taken for strike two, that'll fill the count. A great battle going on here between Michaela Millville and Anissa Acosta, who will look to continue her success in the circle. She came on with one out in the first. The 3-2. This is hit just over the head of McPherson and just foul. Dolphins catch a big break there as it just gets over the head of McPherson, but left of the line. And so we'll do it again at 3-2 for Michaela Millville. On the way. Swing and a miss. Struck her out. Millville strikes out Acosta with that strikeout. And that is big. Shutting down a tough at bat in Michaela Millville. 2 away in the inning. And the first pitch to Bardeen is fouled off down the right. And that strikeout was huge from Acosta. With a fast runner at second base and only one out in the inning. She gets Millville down on strikes. And now they're going to need a pretty decent base hit from Bardeen. This is popped up for strike two. Bardeen with the 0-2. And And the pitch coming from Acosta. And that's off the glove of Gallo. And that'll move Pepke up to third. Still 2 outs in the inning, though. We're seeing another battle here. And this time, it is Hannah Bardeen, the catcher. And the 1-2 is on the way. And this is hit on the ground softly. Aponte coming on to grab it. The toss to first. That will end the side. Saints do get a run on a couple of hits in the inning, but they still trail this one 7-4 going to the bottom of the fourth.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
We are back for the bottom of the fourth inning, where the Dolphins lead this one 7-4 over the DeUville Saints. Isabel Gallo will lead off the Dolphin side of the fourth to try and pad this lead that they have. Bargic continues in the circle for the Saints, as it feels like the temperatures are starting to drop. As this is a swing and a miss from Gallo, even in the count at 1-1. Gallo averaging over 300 at 316 coming into today. That places her fourth on the team. As a good eye there by Gallo. Takes ball number 2 to go ahead in the count 2-1. Dolphins ahead 3 in the bottom of the fourth. Swinging and missing is Gallo. Right through that one goes Gallo, and it's an even 2-2 count to open up this Dolphins fourth. And Parchik prepares for the 2-2, tosses it down in the dirt, and a full count for Gallo to start this Dolphins fourth. Full count pitch, tipped into the glove. And that is a strikeout for Gallo to lead off the Dolphins fourth, as that was tipped right into the glove of Bauer. And here comes Carcano with 1 out in the inning. Goes after the first pitch and fouls it off. Nearly into the Dolphins dugout there. Carcano comes in today with the second most runs on the team with 13. And this is taken high for ball 1 to even up the count. And Carcano looking to keep things moving here in Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Saints and the Dolphins. as that's taken for strike 2. Parjic looks on. And the 1-2. And Carcano now strikes out. That's 2 in a row for Parjic. A little bit of bounce back after the last few innings. Gave up 6 in that second, gave up a run in the third, and here to start, 2 up, 2 down with 2 strikeouts. And here comes Avery Mockery with 2 quick outs in the inning. Goes after the first pitch. This just popped up in field. And over to get it is Pepke, and that will end the inning. Dolphins lead it 7-4. We're going to the 5th.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
We are back for the 5th inning of this second game of the doubleheader. The Deauville Saints against the Seaside Dolphins. Dolphins lead this one by a score of 7-4, heading into our final 3 frames. And Anissa Acosta still in the circle, going strong for the Dolphins. Came in after giving up, Miramontes giving up 3 runs in that first inning through just 1 out. And she came in and since then has just given up 1 run. And the Dolphins since have put 7 on the board. So a strong game from both Anissa Acosta and the CSI Dolphins offense, as this one's taken low by Bauer in the dirt for ball 1 to lead off this inning. And the 1-0 on the way from Acosta is hit on the ground right back to Acosta in the circle. She'll make the throw down to first for out number 1 in the 5th.
The left fielder, number 26, Carly Millville.
And that will bring up Carly Millville. The left fielder in both games today for Deauville. With 1 quick out in the inning, she takes her first pitch down for ball 1. Carly Millville has shown good base running for the Saints with 3 triples coming into today on the year as that pitch is away for ball 2. As the Saints still find themselves down 3 here to start the 5th. As Carly Millville will look to get things started offensively. They got a run and chipped in to the lead in that 4th. And now Millville with a 3-0 count. And so the 3-0 on the way from Acosta. And that is taken for ball 4. A close call, but nonetheless, Millville on her way to first. And Ava Miller will step up to the plate now with 1 on and 1 out in the Deauville 5th. And here's the first pitch to Miller. That's taken for a strike. Ava Miller, the runner at first, 1 out in the inning. Looking to chip into this Dolphins lead as the first pitch is tipped, and they'll make a throw down to first. But Millville dives back in and is safe at the bag. Ava Miller down 0-2. And another look down to first by Gallo, keeping Millville in check at first base. And Ava Miller awaits her 1-2 pitch, and here it comes from Acosta. That's taken high, and Gallo continues to keep a close eye at Millville down at first. She is one of the better base runners in the Saints lineup. And the 2-2 to Miller. On the ground, chopped. Acosta will get to this, tosses it down to first. And that'll be the second out in the inning. Millville moves up to second.
The third baseman, number 8, Michaela Bush.
And Michaela Bush, the Saints' third baseman in this second game of this doubleheader, comes on to bat with 2 away in the inning. And Millville at second. Eager to come around is Millville. As Bush waits her first pitch and swings, gets a piece of it, fouls it off behind her. And Michaela Bush, her team down 3, top of the 5th inning. Carly Millville still on at second, and the 0-1 down on the way. And that's a called strike. Good job by Acosta here, working it quickly to 0-2 against Michaela Bush. Looking to get out of this inning unscathed is Acosta yet again. And the 0-2. Hit in the air into foul territory in the right. And that falls foul by the dugout of the Saints. Cateridge made the effort, tried to run that down by the fence. And now another 0-2. As that's high and away. As Bush continues the battle, it's 1-2 against Acosta. The 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Anissa Acosta with the strikeout on Michaela Bush to end the side. And the Dolphins still lead at 3 going to their side of the 5th.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
We are back for the Dolphins side of the fifth as Acosta got through that Saints fifth. Not many issues. She struck out that last batter in Bush. And the Dolphins still lead at 3 here in their side of the fifth. Parjic continues to work away in the circle for the Saints in this one. And the 1-0 on the way. This is popped up foul behind the Saints dugout by Aponte to even the count. Parjic looks on for the 1-1. And that's taken for a called strike. And it is 1-2 for Aponte. A sneaky pitch there by Parjic. And after giving up 7 runs in 2 innings, last inning she got through it. And she looks to continue that as Aponte gets a hold of this one. This was into right. This one will get down for a base hit for Aponte. A lead-off single for Layla Aponte to get things going for the Dolphins. And here we go again. It seems the Dolphins will not stop offensively in this one. Victoria Whalen now comes to bat. Playing in left field today for the Dolphins. And the first pitch takes a bunt, and it's slowly down to the third baseman, and that's the toss to first. And that'll get the out. And a good sacrifice play there by Victoria Whalen to move Aponte to second with 1 out in the inning. And Jacqueline Cateridge will come back to bat. She's had a pretty good day herself as she awaits her first pitch. As that's taken for a call strike to open the at-bat for Cateridge. Aponte on at second, 1 out in the inning. And this is hit on the ground to short. And the throw down to first will get Cateridge by a step or two. And that's the 2nd out of the inning. And Aponte staying put at second. And here comes Anissa Acosta to the plate with 2 outs. And she's been good today, especially in this second game. And Parjic will look to get her out of this one and keep the score the same going to the 6th. As this one's high to Acosta for ball 1. The 1-0 down to Acosta. Aponte looked a little eager at second there. And now ahead in the count is Acosta, 2-0. The 2-0. This is popped up. And Bush is over to grab it. And collides with the catcher, Jamie Bauer. But nonetheless, she makes the catch. That ends the inning. And the score remains the same, 7-4, going to the 6th.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do. Be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we're back, 6th inning of play. Dolphins still lead this one 3 runs, 7-4. And Shabish will lead off for the Saints, as they have 9-1-2 here in their side of the 6th. Takes her first pitch for a called strike. Acosta continues to work in the circle for the Dolphins here in the 6th, as we had a scoreless 5th inning from both sides. And the 0-1 down to Shabish goes after that. This is down the line right to Cateridge at first. She steps on the bag, and a quick out, number 1 for the Saints. And back to the top of the order in Gianna Adamo. Playing shortstop today for the Saints, Gianna Adamo. As mentioned before, 2nd on the team in both runs and hits coming into today. Swinging and missing at that. And that's strike 1. Also, 3rd on the team coming into today with runs batted in, with 13. And the 0-1 on the way down to Adamo. And a good eye to take that off the plate. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Acosta. In the dirt. And ahead in the count. 2-1 is Adamo. 1 out in the inning. Nobody on for the Saints, who still find themselves trailing by 3, with less than 2 innings remaining in this one. And this, as they took the first game of this doubleheader by a score of 5-1. As this is hit on the ground, a chopper to third. McPherson, the throw down to Cateridge, will get Adamo. And that's 2 up, 2 down for the Saints here in their side of the 6th. They are down to their last 4 outs, still down 3 runs. And that'll bring up Madison Pepke, the second baseman today for the Saints. Nobody on, 2 quick outs here in their side of the 6th. And that's up and in for ball 1. And Acosta will look to get out of this inning quickly. As this hit on the ground, right to short. All over that is Moore. The throw to first. Cateridge has got it. That'll end the side. Dolphins stay strong defensively. 3 more outs to get Deauville down in this one. They still lead it by 3.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
And we're back for the Dolphin side of the 6th. Still up in this one by a score of 7-4.
Third baseman, number 5, Samantha McPherson.
And Parjic continues this. Down 3 in the circle against McPherson, who will open the Dolphin side of the 6th. Who's had a pretty good day herself at the plate. A big reason for the Dolphins offense, along with Acosta, along with the rest of the season for McPherson. She takes that for a strike. She's quickly behind Parjic, 0-2. Parjic, the 0-2. Hit in the air, solid to center field. And right there is Shabish for out number 1 in the Dolphins' 6th. And that'll bring up the shortstop, Elizabeth Moore. And one quick out for the Dolphins in their side of the 6th, up 3. Moore goes after her first pitch. This is popped up infield to second base. That'll be caught by Pepke, and that's 2 quick outs for the Dolphins in their side of the 6th.
Number 2, Isabel Gallo.
And here comes Isabel Gallo after 2 up, 2 down. Up next would be Mariah Carcano. And the first pitch, this is high into left from Gallo. And right there is Millville. That'll end the 6th inning. Quick 3 outs for the Dolphins there. And 1 side to go. They'll hope. It's still 7-4 going to the 7th. And we are back for the 7th inning of play in Game 2 of this doubleheader. The D'Youville Saints trail the CSI Dolphins by a score of 7-4. And the Saints have 3, 4, and 5 to start their side of the 7th. So a test for Acosta, who continues on in the top of the 7th. She'll look to continue her success that she's had in this one since coming on with 1 out in the first. Just 1 run given up. And the Dolphins offense has definitely backed her up since coming in. 7 runs on the board in this one. Just 2 innings of play, they got those 7 runs. As Michaela Millville is ahead in the count 2-0 to lead off the Saints' 7th. And here's the 2-0 coming from Acosta. And that missed. And it is 3-0 for Millville. And the 3-0s are taking ball 4. Millville with a leadoff walk in the D'Youville 7th. That brings up Hannah Bardeen. With a runner on now and nobody out in the inning. And let's see what the Saints can get cooking. Down 3. As this is popped up infield. Aponte over to get it from second. And that will be the first out for the Saints. And 2 to go for Anissa Acosta in this one. And now Acosta looks on with 1 on and 1 out to Madison Bauer. Or Jamie Bauer, that is. Takes a ball outside for ball 1. Acosta looks to stay strong. The 1-0. That's low for ball 2. The 2-0. Called strike. Acosta works her way back in the count. It's 2-1 against Jamie Bauer. And the 2-1 on the way. This is hit down the middle. This will be a base hit into center field. Rounding second is Millville, and she is in to third safely, and now the Saints have runners at the third, and the tying run is up at the plate in Carly Millville. 1 out still in the inning, so making this interesting are the Saints. And now they'll have a conference in the circle with Acosta. As once again, the Saints looking to make this interesting here. 2 runners on at the corners, only 1 out in the inning. And the tying run is up at the plate for DeUville. It's Millville. And Acosta looks to keep her composure here after that conference in the circle. Millville waits for her first pitch from her. And that is a call strike. And a throw down to second. And they have in the middle an opportunity. And they get the second out on Bauer as she is caught in between first and second. Bauer caught off the bag. And a great opportunity here for the Dolphins to finish this. 2 away and nobody on now. And a great heads-up play by the Dolphins to get Bauer out. Count is 0-1 for Carly Millville. She is the Saints' last hope in this one. Swing and a miss, and down 0-2. They're down to their last strike in this one. DeUville was able to bring in a run on that last play. But the 0-2. Just off, and that's ball 1. It seemed to be the end there. Or so a lot in the stands thought. The umpire says otherwise. It's 1-2. And that is on the way from Acosta. And that's popped up behind for a foul. And still a 1-2 count. Carly Millville, the last hope for the Saints, continues to battle with Anissa Acosta. She takes a second. And here it is, the 1-2. Off the plate again, and that'll even the count at 2-2. Millville not making this easy at all for Acosta in the 7th in this 2-run ball game. Nobody on, 2 away for the Saints, down 2 runs. And the 2-2 on the way. Off the plate, fills the count. Great battle between Millville and Acosta. 2 outs in the top of the 7th. The 3-2 from Acosta. On the way. Fouled off. Here's the 3-2 again from Acosta. Swing and a miss, and that's the game. Dolphins win it 7-5. A strikeout to finish it. Anissa Acosta on Millville. That'll end it. The Dolphins win it 7-5 over the DeUville Saints. They split both games of this doubleheader today, as the Saints take the first one 5-1, and in this one, the Dolphins are ahead, and they take this one 7-5. 7 runs between the second and third innings after Anissa Acosta came in for Miramontes after Miramontes gave up 3 runs on 3 hits to open up that inning, and with just 1 out, they brought in Anissa Acosta, and she went the rest of the way and was very, very strong for the Dolphins, and the biggest reason for that Dolphins win. They split the doubleheader, and that will do it. And a big thanks to Joe Osborne Foreman on the broadcast for letting me have my debut today, and it was a good one as they split the doubleheader. And we'll be back for baseball action on Tuesday at the complex for more CSI baseball. Have a great